Master Command came out with a free DLC. I don't know how long ago it was, but not too long ago, maybe a month or a couple weeks. And I haven't played it yet, so I did fiddle around with it a little bit before this, but I haven't done like a full-on campaign. And I haven't touched the game for about 2.5, 3 months. So we're going to be focusing on the Crease contingent. We will be playing as this army type. You get combat effectiveness of 0.5 per unique regiment in the army. So essentially, every time you have a unit that's got a different name, you get 0.5 added to the total combat effectiveness of everybody. And then for the HRE, their main bonus is drilling is gone and you switch it to mustering. You can raise troops and then you recruit troops for free, but then you don't have as many recruitment options in the settlement. Now, like I said, I did a little bit of testing here. I went past the first phase and I unlocked this one, but I didn't actually go too far into the second phase and I definitely didn't go into the third. So we still have some achievements to get here. Let's look at this. So win the campaign as the Holy Roman Empire, we'll get that one. So Voltaire's Nightmare. German engineering, for sure we'll get this one. So equip 10 regiments with good or excellent quality weapons. That should be pretty easy. The negative modifiers we'll do on separate runs. Muster 12 recruits in one campaign. So this one for sure we'll do as well because we're going to be mustering everybody. There's a challenging one down here. Get to the third, yeah, here, this one, sorry. Reach the third act without purchasing units of the barracks. So you have to basically muster your own troops or just get RNG lucky and have them on some of the random events. So we'll do that. I think those are the only ones we can get. Everything else needs a separate starting or, yeah, there's no negative modifiers that we need for this specific one, right? So the Kriegs contingent, yeah, usually they have you do the other ones with negative modifiers for the second and third army type, not the first one. And then this one we can't get. Okay, sweet. So we've kind of got our marching orders here. Now this is new. You can re-roll, which is nice because before I would have to exit and go back in and redo all the settings and stuff. Not really that big of a deal, but this is a huge quality of life for something that I personally did a lot. And I'm assuming a lot of other people did as well, which is why they would have added it. So there's a couple options we can go for here. So collect $100, that one's okay, but I was thinking more along the lines of infantry XP. There's one that gives every infantry plus 20% XP. That one would be really good. Pillage Doctrine is pretty good as well. This will help you get a lot of good items and money. So pillaging and winning battles. We're going to be pillaging quite a bit, so that would actually be very nice to have. Ammo consumption and also casualty reduction would both be really good. We're going to go for a lot of troops early on, and they're not going to be specialized, so they're going to be not very good, essentially. Which kind of makes me lean towards getting the XP bonus. That way we can actually get them to a decent level, so let me re-roll this a few times until we get the... Oh, there it is. And it's also paired with an infantry. I don't really want to use cav too much on this one, so I'm going to try and do mostly infantry with a little bit of artillery. We do start with the cav unit, so we might end up keeping that one, but we'll see. But this one gives us infantry veterancy plus 20%, and then non-infantry veterancy gain 10%. Usually artillery doesn't have issues leveling up, and cavalry generally doesn't have issues leveling up. It's usually your infantry, so this is actually a really good doctrine to get if you can get it early on especially. So I think we'll go with this one. It's got the unit that we want, the doctrine that we want. I think that's fine. So here's our starting army. Let's just put everybody into one group. We start off with one cav, one decent musketeer. It's not elite. It's the second to last tier. And then 2 recruits. Well, not recruits, actually. 1 recruit and 1 land melees, which is not very much better than a recruit, but just a little bit. So I think in this one, the strategy is to use the Kriegsmarines, musketeers. Let's give them the better weapon. We'll also give them the surgeon, which reduces casualties. It restores casualties by 35% at the end of the battle, so that'll be helpful. We could double up with medicinal herbs. I don't think that's necessary though, because we're not going to just shove this guy in the front and have him soak up a bunch of damage. But we will probably use him more heavily than some of the other ones. Now we also get melee damage and charge damage. I guess that's fine. Yeah, we'll just throw whatever items on we can. All right, that looks good. And then also we don't really have a need for our officer. I guess that's fine. I wonder if you don't have any troops here, do you still get that supply wagon? But anyways, let's go do the supply cache. And so the HRE plays a bit different. And I did see some comments from some other people in videos and I guess from some people that were playing this. They don't really quite understand how to use the HRE mechanics. So one thing you can do is mostly just ignore your reservists. You should have no problem getting them if you're using the mechanics the way that it was meant to. So what we'll do is we're not going to take reservists. We could take either provisions or ammunition. Ammo's pretty important, but I feel like provisions, especially in the early game, is really critical. So we'll do that. Let's get in there and fight. All right, we don't really need to change much. Let's just, we'll let them come to us. We've got our Kree's Musketeers. These guys need to be on the front. We'll take position in the hedge as well. They're going to take forever to get there, aren't they? Yeah, they may not actually get there in time. All right, so essentially what I've found to work pretty well is to keep your Dragoons in reserve. Just use them to plug any gaps. Oh my, these guys are so slow. All right, not an ideal start, but that's fine. We want to shadow whatever their cav's doing, and actually we can get up here and get a good volley off. At least we'll get some utility out of these guys while we're waiting for their cav to do something. There we go. 30 kills, we'll take it. And then, oh, what are they doing? All right, they're actually charging. Let's do the same. Here we go. We're going to converge on this guy. Let's get these guys over. Those musketeers are just about to break. And what we can do is pull back and get some decent shots off on them. And we don't want our dragoons to go up there and get blasted either. Their cav might flank. I don't really know what their cav doing. They're not being efficient, that's for sure. They're kind of doing a lot of movement without really getting any use out of it. Here we go. They might actually come in this time. We don't have a volley ready. So let's go ahead and countercharge. And we'll also charge with our general so we can get some utility out of him. These guys are really slow. They have full stamina, so let's get them sprinting so they can get into position here. There we go. Retreat. Let's pull everybody back. All right, so far so good. We've taken some heavy casualties on this group and not really much else. Here we go. We'll get a nice oh, it's going to be over before these guys even shoot. Yeah, they're about to break. There you go. Okay, that's it. Now we'll take some cash. And how many casualties did we suffer? 309, so we have plenty. We don't need to take that. I think what we'll do is either take the provisions or the money. I'd rather take the money at this point. We need to get as much cash up as we can so we can form new groups, new regiments. And also mustering costs money, so we need to be able to survive that. Now, our best shooting unit is the Kree's Musketeers, so let's make sure these guys get anything that boosts that. We did get a cannon out of that, which is odd. We didn't fight any cannons. So I don't know why they were carrying a cannon around, but we'll take it. We do have some dumpy muskets that need to be replaced, so we'll do that. And then whatever items we have, we're just going to throw them on. Now this musket we'll definitely keep, because we're going to get a lot of recruits that have absolute garbage equipment, and we'll need to have replacements for that. So we are looking for encampments and convoys. So let's go for the convoy first. And this one we can get money or extra money and face a weak enemy field army. I don't know if we have enough troops to deal with a field army, so that's kind of a problem. Yeah, we might as well. Oh, we actually do. We have more troops than them. I want to do as much combat. Oh, wow, it's all cavalry. I want to try to do as much combat as we can here to get our guys leveled up. All right, we're just going to be in the back here. Let them come to us. This is the last thing we want to do is have our units all separated out when we're getting charged by a bunch of cavalry. So we'll take 2 flanks. We'll have a little bit of a salient here with our Kree's Musketeers to try and get them, bait them into attacking them first, because that's our best melee troops that we have right now. We look at their stats. 46 melee, 34, 32, 36. Yeah, so 46, they're definitely our best. All right, they're just going to charge straight in, which I'm totally fine with. Let's get our commander back here. We'll probably use him soon, but not yet. Oh, they're already fleeing. That's good. Let's go ahead and countercharge these dragoons. Yeah, this is not a good army composition against our forces. I think if we had maybe some artillery or something that's more vulnerable, it might make a little bit more sense, but... Alright, there we go. Get our dragoons back. Oh, and they got pulled into the musketeers. That's perfect. Alright, we will need to help. Let's go ahead and charge both of these units. Yep, that should be over. Let's get our units, our supporting units, turned and ready to help. Yep, that's it. All right, sweet. That was a pretty easy one. So we'll make about 200 gold, decent amount of items. Now, do we want to take provisions now? No, I still think we need to keep piling up the cash. We need, I think, 600 for the next regiment, 1200 for the one after that, right? 600, yeah, and then 1200. So we will need quite a bit. We don't have enough troops, actually, which is not a big deal because we're going to go muster soon anyways. So that's not really a big deal. We do have, yeah, we've got room for more items. Now I don't want to upgrade and unlock slots for items. We're going to do that once we get just about everybody filled in. So we want all 5 regiments, all completely full, and then we'll probably start working on equipment and stuff like that. We want to max out our size as soon as we can. This one is morale and melee damage, or morale moves. Yeah, we're definitely taking that. We'll give our cavalry some extra melee morale and move speed. That's fine, because we're using our cav more as defense than anything else. So I don't really care if he's slow. Okay, we need to get to a town as soon as we can, and then we can sell off some of the junk that we don't need. There we go. We'll keep the rest. So that puts us at 1,000. That's pretty good. Now to get the achievement, we cannot recruit troops. We have to wait till we get to the third act, and then we can recruit, but we probably won't need to. We'll have a max party. Probably not this act. I think by act 2 we'll have it. So we're going to go ahead and muster. So raise 25 reservists per regiment daily. So at this point we'd be getting 100 per day, and then it's a 4% chance of getting a free unit per day, and it increases by 1 daily, and then if you're next to a town it's 4. So usually what I prefer to do is just sit next to a town and try and get units that way rather than kind of roaming around, because your campaign movement speed is cut in half. So it doesn't really make sense to muster when you're moving outside of a city, I feel like. It's kind of a waste of time. Or maybe what you do is you get your muster here. It'll make sense when we start going. So as you can see, this number will start to increase. So 8%, 12, until we actually get a free unit. And then, yep, and then it goes back down to 0. So that makes more sense. Maybe to get your number up to like 20, and then you can move while you're mustering. Because at 20%, you should be getting a unit within 5 days or less. If you have bad luck, then obviously it'll be more, but shouldn't be too bad. I usually like to just stay there anyways. We'll just sit and wait. So there's 1 recruit. As long as we have enough money and food, then I think we just keep mustering. So let's keep doing it. There we go. 4, 8. Oh, and we're getting attacked, but that's fine. You know what? Actually, what we should probably do is swap out. Let's get rid of that cav into the other group, and then we'll deal with this. Oh, and also we have a rifle we can give him. So let's give him that. All right, sweet. Let's go fight this. This might be a better spot to actually charge into melee, because they're going to have good cover and we're going to have good cover. So I think this one might be decided by melee, but we'll see. So why don't we just hold the line here? We'll get a volley or 2 off, and then we can transition. What I would like to do, actually, let's get these guys a little bit more spread out so we can get more firepower. That's not what I wanted. Let's get these guys. There we go. And now let's get our dragoons loaded up on the right side. Actually, no, because those are Prussian musketeers, so those are actually pretty decent. But yeah, you can see here, they're in very good cover. Let's not go head to head with these guys too much. So we'll move up, get a volley off, and we'll charge. And because they're recruits, they should break pretty quick. Yep, there they go. And then we could do the same thing over here. They don't have a volley ready, so the biggest thing is getting hit by a volley from point blank. While these guys are doing that, let's move our infantry up from behind them so that we can start picking on that musket. All right, that looks pretty good. Most of the losses were on our generals group, which doesn't matter because those are free units essentially. We lost 73 on the dragoons. That's basically nothing. All right, let's go ahead and move into position where we can get a much better flank on this guy. There we go. Oh, and these guys are coming back. So we don't want to get flanked there. Let's get our Saxon recruits into position. We'll get our dragoons back. Unfortunately, they are out of stamina. So actually, no, we're going to leave them. All right, we're going to have to trade with them for a little bit. Let's make sure we have ammo up and down the line. So I'm going to hold shift and queue them to go back and forth a few times. The supply train. So that should be fine. Yeah, these musketeers are not trading better than we are, but they're trading really well considering it's a 3v1. I'm not sure how that happens. And these dragoons are still... They're not getting stamina back. What's going on with that? Oh, because they're reloading. All right, let's get out of the swamp. Maybe that's causing them to have a bug or something, because they're not getting their stamina back and they're not reloading. Okay, I think we might be better off moving into position here and then just charging them, because these guys have the casualty reduction anyways, so I think that would be better. These guys are holding firm. We've got really good cover. Mostly, obviously, these guys are out in the open, but can't do much about that. So let's take one more volley. And then we'll charge in. So let's take one more volley. And then we'll charge in. We'll dish out one volley as well. We're more than halfway there. And then I'm going to move these guys into position in case this one fails. And then they'll just take over firing. So these guys don't get a break. These musketeers don't get a break. Oh, they're turning? Yeah, they're going to get... I don't know what they're doing. But they're not reloading when they're moving. So that is good news for us. Let's also... Oh, they're trying to charge a different unit. That's funny. Poor guys. There's nothing they can do about it. There we go. And then they're gone. Because these guys are way better than theirs. Alright, so let's not charge. We'll stay right here and we'll start working on the recruits. Yeah, as long as we're not trading poorly against these guys, I don't mind taking our sweet time. Let's actually go past and we'll set up a flank over here. And then these recruits should be able to sneak in. Alright, they're gone. These recruits are pretty much done. They just lost their volley, so yeah, there's no way they're going to do much damage to us. So there we go. Trying to conserve our ammunition because it's pretty costly, especially in the early stage. When we get to the later stages, it won't be a big deal. Another 189. Some decent items. And I still think it's best to just continue with tollers and ammo. We'll just keep piling that up. Here we go, some level ups. Most of the interesting ones are going to happen later. So this one's at 3, but most of the other ones after that are 4 or 5. And we'll want to get at least one of each of these so that we can get that bonus for the faction that we're using. We want to get that bonus as soon as we can. Let's go ahead and swap out this sword maybe. Yeah, less charge damage, but more melee damage, which I prefer. And the horse, let's get rid of the armor. I don't really care about armor as much with Cav because I usually am pretty careful with them. And then what kind of weapons? Yeah, not the best. Yeah, we'll keep what we have. And then the canteen, we'll just throw it on whoever. It doesn't really matter. Same thing here, cover bonus and max range. We can throw that on an infantry, but eventually we want to move it over to put on an artillery. Yeah, the extra range is really, really important on the artillery. So we're down to 300 reservists, but we're about to get more from here. So let's do that. Now, item sale cost. Yeah, so we're not going to sell anything here. We'll take some food though, even some ammo. And then let's go ahead and muster again. 24, 28, you could see, yeah, now we should be getting another recruit very soon. Holy crap, 40%. Yeah, I never seen it go up that high. That used up a big chunk of our money, but I think we're still okay. Now, mustering does get more expensive the more troops you have in your party because you pay money for every regiment that you have. So you can't just do it infinitely. There we go. We got lucky on that one. That one popped in at 12%. So there's 2 more. These are Saxon recruits. No, that's a Saxon recruit. Imperial. There's a different upgrade path for these guys. So the Imperial recruit is the one we were looking at. So you have 1 cav line, 3 or 4 different infantry lines, and then it does have artillery, but it's not that good. I would rather have the Saxon. Yeah, the Saxon recruit has the better artillery options. They do have a couple infantry as well, and then more cavalry options, but the artillery is much better. So I believe it has 1 less cannon, but it has 40 accuracy, and the other ones are, I don't know, 20, 25? 25. So it's 15 more accuracy. It's a big difference. So we're going to try and get our cannons from the Saxon recruits, and then the Imperial recruits for all the infantry. We'll still have to get some Saxon recruits so that we can get multiple different unit types and keep boosting that bonus. We still have a little bit of money. Let's just keep going. Oh, wow, we got it right away. What the heck? I've never seen that before. That was really lucky. Now, we can purchase a new brigade, but we don't have money to do anything else, so let's not. Let's keep moving. So we'll keep moving towards the objectives. Let's see. There's not much up here, so I think we just start heading out this way. Let's go to... we need 4 encampments. There's 3 right there. Is there another one we can get later? Really far away, so we'll probably just do this one then. There's a fort on the way. I don't think we'll be able to do this. Oh, it's in poor conditions, and the walls are already breached. Oh man, this is still such a big risk. It's going to cost us 3 days, but let's do it. Moderate chance, or abandon the siege. Let's go for 10% attrition is fine right now because we don't have that many troops. So 10%, we might have like 4,000, so maybe it'll cost us a couple hundred. So let's try Into the Breach. Oh, we didn't get it. Oh, wow, that took all of our troops. Wow, okay, we're going to abandon that. Yeah, we don't have enough to do that, so back to the drawing board. So encampment, and then we'll go up to that town up there real quick to get some more units. Now, these events I don't really like too much. Having a level 3 officer means that he probably has a bunch of random perks that may not really help us, and I don't really want to spend money on that, so we'll do an unlikely chance, and we still get him. All right, that's fine. He's got cavalry charge, melee. Yeah, see, it's not at all what we want. We're going to be doing mostly shooting and holding the line, so that doesn't really help us too much. But he'll be in reserve, so at least we'll have something as like a backup. So let's get up to the town, and then we need to muster again and try and get more troops. Actually, no, we need to make money. Yeah, let's go chase these guys down. We already have almost 12,000. That's crazy. Oh, I almost forgot. Before we get in there, we have a bunch of crappy rifles that need to be replaced. So let's get in there. We do have a lot of spare rifles. This is what I was talking about. We will definitely put these to good use. There we go. So everybody has a good rifle at least. And then once we get more than 600, we'll open this one up, and then we need to start worrying about mustering another regiment. Another brigade. This is a regiment. This is a brigade. I always get that mixed up for some reason. Now, there's some favorable terrain over here for us if we want to use these hedgerows. So we could retreat back over here. If we push, we might even catch them in the open in these clearings. We could do that. Yeah, why don't we do that? Let's try and push up and get a nice solid line. This left side, this left flank is going to be a little bit tricky. We may not get there in time, but this right side for sure we'll take, and then they're just going to be out in the wide open. Oh, they're going to the middle. That's actually really good. All right, yeah, that's not going to work. All right, let's go ahead and reorganize here. These two are there. There's no way we get there in time. Who is going there? You need to stop. Start shooting. All right, whatever. We'll set up our line right here. Now, where do we want our dragoons? Probably to take out these musketeers, because they're a high value target that may not do all that well in melee. Right, 41 melee, 48 melee. Not that good, actually. Let's go ahead and spread out a little bit more so we can get more firepower. And we'll get our priest musketeers lined up as well. So there we go. Let's get over here, get some ammo. Alright, let's go after the musketeers. We'll get a volley and then we'll peel off to the flank. We'll be a bit more aggressive. We have way more troops than they do, so should be fine. I'm going to set the general here to the center because these are low tier and that's where most of their army is. There we go. Dragoons got a volley off. Let's pull them off to the side. Everybody's getting shots off. This looks good. We're winning pretty much every engagement here. Alright, they're still getting shots off on these guys. So what we want to do is turn their flank here and then just roll them up. There they go. So they just turn their attention. We can get a flanking shot. And then when the morale gets a little bit lower, we can charge in. Oh, let's get up there. Get a better volley off. Alright, everything looks good. I think we hold. We just keep doing what we're doing because we have the superior positioning and more troops than they do anyway. So as long as we keep doing this, we should be fine. Okay, here we go. Musketeers are grouping up for something. Not entirely sure what. Let's go ahead and charge them. Oh yeah, they're trying to charge. Let's countercharge them. I don't want them messing with my Saxon recruits because these guys are getting shot at pretty bad. There we go. They're gonna get sandwiched. There goes the musketeers. Completely sandwiched. Wow, they're actually getting pretty good kills compared to us. I'm a little surprised. But they should be shattered after this or close to it. Let's get our units back into order. Let's get these guys moved up so we can get a full flank. Alright, recruits need to stop chasing, and then let's get them back into a firing position. Okay, how are we doing over here? We're still winning every engagement here. This one's close though, so we need to get some firepower on him, which we're doing. We got more people moving in. There we go. Those recruits are gone. Let's actually focus on these recruits. The sooner we get rid of the recruits, because they're the easier one to deal with, the sooner we can team up on that musketeer. So I think it might actually be better to eliminate these and then get a full-on flank. And these guys are in position. Let's get a nice shot down their flank. Now we do have to be careful. Those hussars might actually come over this way and deal with our recruits. So what I'm going to do is move cavalry over there to help support, because I have a feeling that's what they're going to do. I don't think they're going to charge down the center. That would be a very bad move. But yeah, these guys are... No, they're still pretty even with us, even though we've gotten a lot more people shooting at them. So we need a little more time to catch up with that. These musketeers might actually turn and rally at some point. They're not too far off. Actually, no, I don't think they can. Maybe. Let's get over here and get a shot in the back of these musketeers. And yeah, these... I've noticed in this patch, compared to the previous build that I played on, units are... Either they do less damage, or they take less morale damage. Like, the battles seem to last quite a bit longer, even for recruits. So, oh, there they go. Yep, they're charging. Let's get into position here. So what we want to do is get as many people into melee as we can. So here they come. We are braced. Almost 60% braced. Go, charge. You guys need to charge as well. We just need to get as many bodies into these hussars as we can. We took a bit of loss there. Oh, they're gone. And now all they have is recruits. All right, let me clean this up. They're pretty much done. There we go. Victory. And we'll pick up 250 gold. We took some losses there, so we could do recruits, but I don't think that's... Or reservists, but I don't think that's worth it, because we're going to get it right now when we muster anyways. I'd rather have the cash. We're going to need it, because we need to spend 600 to start this new regiment. Or the new brigade. All right, pretty good XP. And then this guy that's got combat effectiveness, we probably want range and accuracy if we can get it. Cover effectiveness and fire damage received is also not that bad for infantry. I wouldn't mind that too much. Yeah, we'll take that one. That's fine. So there's no way we have enough troops to replenish fully, but we can go through and assign some items here. And our Krace Musketeers, let's give them anything that gives accuracy and reload or range. So we'll give them that item. Okay, that looks good. We've got 3 units over here that have no items at all, so we'll just evenly distribute it. All right, now this town we can sell some stuff. There's nothing in here that we need to keep, except for, I think, the howitzer. We'll keep the howitzer just in case. So another 300. There we go. We're above 1,300. That's actually not too bad. Do we want to take some food? Let's take a little bit of food, and then we'll start to muster. And then when we run out, we will actually raid. Oh, wow. We're getting lucky with these, actually. That's pretty good. We had one that went up to almost 50%. That was pretty unlucky, but I think overall we're doing pretty good. Let's start the brigade. We'll get the general in here temporarily. You know what? Let's swap this out. This can be, I guess, a cavalry group. I don't really want cav, but we'll put the one cav that we have in there. Yeah, charge, charge. So we have 30% charge and 10% melee increase. That's actually quite good. And then how much are we short? We're still short a couple hundred people. I think if we muster for a little bit longer, we'll be fine. And then now that we have hopefully 2 or 3, well, we have 2 full brigades. If we can get this third one close to maxing out, then I think it's probably worth it to raid. I don't like raiding early on because you just don't have enough people to take advantage of it. You get tallers per regiment. So if you have, you know, 1 regiment, or if you have 4 regiments right off the rip, you're barely making any money. But once you get a big army, it definitely makes more sense. But anyways, we need to muster more. Let's do that. So let's try to get 1 more unit. There we go. 1 more unit. And then I think it's time to raid because we don't have enough money to do it again. So let's switch over to raiding now. Perfect. Now we're getting our money back. I like to muster and then raid back to back. We go. We got more items. Let's make sure everybody has at least 1 item. These recruits actually come in with some levels. So did I not read that correctly? Gain free point of veterancy on recruits raised through mustering per brigade in the army. Oh, that's actually really good. So if we start another brigade, they'll start out at tier 4. So we basically just skipped the starting one. These guys are Imperial recruits, yeah. So we need to go down the middle line, the Imperial land mules, and then we'll turn those into different kinds of infantry. We do need a musket for this guy. Unfortunately, we only have a crappy one. So where are we going next? We've got a bunch of encampments down here to the south, and then convoys are up here mostly. Yeah, let's not go north. We'll just keep going south then. So we'll go muster, or no, we might just raid, I think. Oh, here we go. We'll take the fight. There we go. Caught him. Yeah, we have almost 15,000 troops already. This is kind of insane. This should be a pretty easy battle because we outnumber them by such a significant amount. They do have some Jaegers as well that are very vulnerable to cavalry, but they do have 2 regiments of cav, so we got to be careful with that. Let's let them get into the wood line, actually. That'll reduce their accuracy, and then we can still get some cover back here. So we're going to go ahead and take this wood line right here, or the, whatever you call it, the fence posts and stuff. We'll take that. We'll try and draw some of their units out over here, but it looks like they're gonna shift and go back that way. Let's get our dragoons up here. Their cav are on the other side of the river. There's no way they'd be able to cross that river and deal with the movement speed penalty in time. So let's go ahead and charge these Freikorps. Yeah, we're just gonna immediately charge them. Waste no time. That'll probably elicit a reaction from their cav, but it's gonna be too late, I think. Yeah, look at that. So in the other patch, these guys would have been gone already. So they definitely slowed the combat down, which I'm not complaining about. I think it's probably better. I prefer a little bit slower pace usually, but just something to note. All right, here we go. We got 2 cav coming this way. We need to get back. Let's get our general over there because we're going to need some help, I think. These prize musketeers, let's have them charge in after this volley from them. Yep, there they go. Go ahead, go get them, boys. We'll send the line melees up to help support. We've got backups. We've got backups on this side, so this side is very secure. What are their musketeers doing? Oh crap, they're charging. Okay, let's get over there. We did get a volley off, so that helps a little bit, but yeah, we don't have very good troops over here, and they don't have good equipment, so we might struggle a little bit. I was going to charge these recruits in, but I was going to say, I think they're gone before we even get there, so we'll just chill here for a sec. And oh, we need to rest. Our cav are tired, and for sure we need them. Come on, dude, get these musketeers out of here. All right, for sure we're gonna have to turn. All right, get our general back. Okay, you don't have any time to rest. You have to charge. Have to charge. These guys are gonna get stopped by the unit in front of them, so let's just charge them in. Charge these guys in again. I don't even mind getting a 3rd group in there, just charge. These guys blew them out of the water, so we're pretty much down to these last 2 cav. There's one. Keep going. Keep going. Everybody charge. And there we go. We took some heavy losses there, though, on that one unit. Yeah, cav are easy to counter when you have the right equipment, but it's so early in the campaign we just don't have the right equipment yet. Let's see. Yeah, this guy took some losses. But you can see here, we've mustered so much that we don't need to replace. We don't need to take prisoners or conscripts. So I think we're still better off just stacking the cash and the ammunition. Here we go, couple promotions. And we do have plenty of reservists still. Plenty of ammo. All right, and I love getting these in the early game. Anything that reduces casualty or allows you to get more casualties restored. That's always a good thing. And then for our cav, we got charge damage +6. But I think we've been mostly stacking melee damage. Okay, there we go. We've got a few items to sell. Let's go back to the town. No, this is not a very good town. Oh, well, they do have cannons though. And we're not going to have a whole lot of opportunity to buy cannons, I don't think, in the early game. But we'll probably wait to get our cannons until Act 2. I think it's better just to stack infantry in the early game and then cannons a little bit later. They just take so much money. So what I'd like to do here is muster again. Actually, let's buy some food because food's normal price. So there we go, up to 600. Let's muster, try and get a few more. See if we can get lucky here. There we go, right at 20%. That's pretty good. We need one more. I think we have enough money to actually do one more and then we can raid. This guy is a Saxon. So we want to hold his upgrade and then do cannons. But I don't really want to do cannons yet. Yeah, why don't we do this? Let's put the cannons over here with these guys. So Saxons, non-Saxon, all the Saxons will go into this brigade so I don't get them mixed up. And then these guys can all just immediately upgrade to land melees. Here we go, like this guy. Go land melees. Here we go. Christ Musketeer. We've got a bunch of those. Oh boy, I didn't realize we have We already have a bunch of Saxon recruits. So what I might end up doing, because I don't think I want more than 4 cannons. I think a full regiment or a full brigade of cannons is fair. I don't think we want to do 2 though. I'd rather stick to kind of the strength here, and I think holding the line and even a little bit of melee. Like these, when you stack your combat effectiveness, you're kind of a jack of all traits, not really a master of anything specific. So I wouldn't mind sticking to mostly infantry with a little bit of support artillery, as opposed to building the army around artillery with some infantry to support. So I think we'll probably stick to that plan. So we can take a couple of these Saxon recruits down the infantry line, but let's not do it yet because I don't know how many and when we'll do it. So let's try and get another, if we can get 1 more regiment, that would be fantastic. Oh, we got a big army coming. 9,300 this time. And they have a cannon. All right, we got to be careful here. Now, I do like the look of this positioning. We have a giant hedgerow with absolutely nothing for the enemy for cover. So we can just take this whole front line right here. This is perfect. And then we'll keep the cav in reserve. Everybody else will just fall in line. Yeah, I think what we'll do, let's try and get sectors. So this group will handle this patch. This group can handle this patch. And then we'll keep 2 regiments in reserve, plus the cavalry, plus the general, plus the supply train. I don't know where we'll put them, but yeah, this looks pretty good. So I'll wait till they get a little closer and we'll come back. So here's what we're looking like. We've got infantry along all the hedgerows, and you can see their cover is actually quite good. Same thing here, good cover. These guys are going to have literally no cover. The only downside is we are not going to have a cannon, and they do have a cannon. Here they go. They're going to start shooting. So 31 losses. Not a big deal. We'll try to get a flank with our cavalry if we can and try and take out those cannons. I don't know if or when we'll be able to. So let's keep our reserve infantry more weighted to the left side, because these are all recruits. So I have a feeling they're going to have more of a struggle than this right side. So what we want them to do is get into firing range, and then once they're set in their lines, we will move ours to make sure everybody's getting shots off. Like this guy can now come off the line. So let's move him, and then let's also move this Saxon recruit regiment over, and we'll have him help flank, and we'll have this guy replace him as reserves. As these guys get worn out, then we'll swap them out. Let's get up there and get some boost to these recruits. Okay, they're now engaged, and there's nothing else we need to wait for in this right flank. There's nobody trying to flank us. We'll get the land militia involved. Looking pretty healthy so far. Let's get these guys up so they can get a shot off. And then we'll do the same thing here with the recruits. We'll get them around and set up in a nice flank. Right, our dragoons, oh boy, here we go. So let's very quickly get over there. I have a feeling they're going to charge. And those are hussars. Hussars are a lot more dangerous, I feel like, when they charge. The dragoons are annoying because they'll pepper you and then back off. But the dragoons are just straight up beasts in melee. So you don't want to get charged by them. Looks like they're actually not committing them, so we're okay. Okay, how are we doing over here? Everybody's shooting. This is perfect. Let's make sure our ammo is getting around. And then we'll make sure he touches every part of the line at least once. And yeah, so that's one of the things that makes me think that they changed the time to kill. Battles last longer, but I don't feel like the ammo got increased because I've very consistently run out of ammo. We're going to get charged here. All right, get our melee infantry into position. These guys need to get ready. There we go. Volley off on the hussars. Let's charge. Another charge. Recruits will probably need to take their place, so let's sprint them into position. And as soon as that fight's done, we'll pull these other infantry back, these recruits. They're going to need some time to chill. Okay, there we go. The hussars are gone. Good. Let's get our general back so he doesn't get destroyed. Let's get our infantry out of there as well. And then, like I said, we'll have our recruits, our other Saxon recruits, come up to replace. So that looks good. Now would be a good time to go charge their cannons if we can. We need to punch through somewhere. This is really weak. Let's see if we can move over here. If we can punch through that and then flank around. I think those hussars might come back though, so we have to watch out for that. These guys need time to recover. Let's get them off the cannon line because they're just getting bulldozed by those cannons. Bowling balls. All right, looking good. Our line is looking incredibly strong right now. So if I look at theirs, they're definitely in a deficit. Not a single unit is... Oh, no, I take it back. These musketeers are positive. But that's fine. We can fix that. We need to get better, closer shots. So let's keep moving these guys up and keep suffocating them if we can. Saxon recruits. Yep, let's have them just chill for a bit. Our dragoons have decent stamina still. Yep, the hussars are back. So that's unfortunate. We're not going to charge the cannons until we deal with them, because I think dragoons versus hussars, we would probably lose. 46 to 41. Yeah, 24. So we actually have higher melee, but they have higher charge damage. So if they charged us, we would be in pretty deep trouble. You can see our ammo cart is it's about 70% or 80% dry already. That's pretty wild. So this right flank of theirs is going to fall any second now. And then how are we doing on this guy now? Yep, he is starting to catch up now, so they're almost even kill death ratio. And then soon we're going to be in the lead, and then we don't have to worry about it too much. We'll be much better shape than them. I'm going to keep these recruits in reserve. I could send them around to flank, but I don't think it's worth it. They need time to recover still. These guys are getting exhausted. There we go. Two of their units are down. Let's wait to reload, and then we'll move all three of these up at once so that we can deal with those hussars, because I don't want to move off my line if he charges us and we don't have a volley ready. We're going to be hurting a bit. Let's get a volley off on these guys, these Cantonist recruits. Perfect. They have a recruit that's coming back. Perfect. So they're going to get blasted right now. Let's go move these guys into position. Yeah, I don't think we need to adjust anything. We could go into melee range with these guys, but don't think it's necessary, and they might actually be better at melee than we are. Well, the musketeers are pretty strong, but these other guys not so much actually. But anyways, we have such a dominant position. I think we just finish rolling them up. I really want to get at those cannons in the back if we can, and our supply train is out. Let's get them out of here. There we go. Those recruits are gone again. We can reload, and then we'll push the hussars. All right, this side, this left flank just fell. These guys are still in position to shoot. Let's go ahead and reposition. These lawn melees can move in a little bit closer, and we'll start rolling up their flank. All right, hussars are still not shooting at anything. Not pushing anything. That's good. Let's try to move up. I'd like these guys to get shots in on those recruits, and I want them to charge my lawn melees right here, these two. And what I need to do is get cavalry over there. Let's get him over fast, because most likely he'll try to charge our crease musketeer, because we're going to give him a little bit of a flank. But we have two fully loaded volleys ready to go if he does that. So I'm not too concerned about the damage. These guys can sprint. Let's speed it up a little bit. How are we doing? All right, one of their units came back. Okay, that's really bad actually. Let's fall back. And they did charge. They did end up charging. Unfortunately, I didn't see it, but it looks like we got a really good volley off. Oh, wow. Yeah, we got a really good volley off. So they just got stomped. Yep, their whole right side is completely gone. Now we need to immediately rush those cannons if we can. Start moving our recruits into better positions here. And then I'm going to secure our right flank here by moving up. Oh, no, we didn't get a volley off because I had him on hold fire. I was going to try and get a point blank shot, and that bit me in the butt. But we'll secure this right flank, so if these guys re-emerge, we don't have to worry about them. These musketeers are almost out of ammo. You know what? Let's pull back. Let's pull back. These musketeers are very strong, so let's not do that. They can have this flank. We're going to roll up the right, and then these guys are going to run, and then we can get this in like a 4v1 instead of fighting a 2v1 right now when they actually are probably out shooting us. Here we go. Our dragoons are pretty much in position. Oh yeah, there they go. They're gone. So we'll probably take those cannons down to 0. All right, now they should be moving into our range right here, right? Yep, they're in range. And then we can move these guys in as well. All right, dragoons are done. They did their job. We just got to deal with the musketeers. Let me wrap this up. They have literally one unit left. There we go. Got the win. And that gave us almost 500 gold. That was a good fight for us. We lost 2,000, about 2,200, but we have 3,300 in store, so that's not really a problem. We'll definitely take the ammo and the money. So money again. Here we go. Some more upgrades. Saxon recruit. Oh, I didn't realize that was another Saxon recruit right there. We actually have a lot of Saxons. Well, that's not a big deal. So the Kreis Musketeer, we can go to Veteran Musketeer or hold off for the Grenadier. I think we'll go with the Musketeer first. I don't really want to play these guys like Grenadiers just yet. And then Imperial Recruits, Land Milice upgrade, so they're a little bit better. And then yeah, we'll hold off on the Saxon upgrades. What about our Cav? I think this one gets Yep, he's got one more level, and that goes up to 6. And this will turn them into cuirassier, which is a 40 melee attack. That's crazy. That's really, really strong. If we keep anybody from the cavalry, it would definitely be one of those. All right, we got stamina and move speed. What horse do we have now? Is morale and move speed. I think morale is not really a big deal on cav, at least not right now. We do have some people that still have junky muskets. Yep, there we go. Swap that. And then charge, but minus accuracy. I'm probably not going to go for that on anybody, so we'll sell that. But we still have some people that don't have items. There we go. And then we'll sell the rest. There we go. Keep the cannon, and that gives us another 384. So we're back up to over 1200. You know what we should also do is stock up on low tier officers. Ooh, they don't have any. Yeah, I don't want to pay this much for officers. I'd rather get a level 0 with no perks, and then we can just level them up from scratch. Because they usually cost around 70 to 100 or less, somewhere in that range. But that's all right. Food-wise, let's get a little bit more food, and then back to muster. Wow. Got another one right away. So we're maxed out for 3 brigades. We need a 4th one, but we can't do that just yet. Actually, we're very close though. We need 100 more tallers. Yeah, it's crazy how fast these guys can grow. Now we do have to be careful here. The HQ attack time is going to be up pretty soon. We're not quite halfway, but pretty close. Let's actually raid this, maybe being the last one here. We're getting 60 and 15 food per tick. That's quite good. Perfect. That one's done. Let's go ahead and assign some items. All right, these guys all have items. We don't have too much on these guys over here though. And then we still need a handful of muskets. Yeah, these two still need muskets. All right, we spent quite a bit of time building up our army. I think we need to kick our butt in gear and get some of these objectives done. So convoy encamps. So the encampments, we need 3 more. There's 3 down here. Let's just head straight south. We'll take care of those. All right, here we go. This is a good one. Field musician, bagpipes, or 4 musician. If I remember correctly, the field musician's the better one usually. I think bagpipe gives you some charge damage. 4 musician, I don't remember. I think this one, morale and move speed. Yeah, that's probably the most useful one, especially for some of these recruit tier. We'll give that to this guy. Anyways, heading south. Let's go pick up these 3. And if anything interesting pops up, then we'll come back. So we've got a chance here to fight a tough enemy field army, which it's the first region, so tough is kind of relative. I don't think it's going to be that bad, but might not be a bad idea. We can get some more XP. Let's do it. Tough. Yeah, see, we still outnumber them almost 2 to 1, but it doesn't really matter too much. Let's get our gun upgrade, and then we have a bunch of these terrible bayonets. Let's get those swapped out. It's going to take a while to get through all this. Yeah, look at literally everybody. These guys should not be fighting in melee. Damn, that's bad. Okay, well, let's fight this. So they have 1 cannon, 1 cav, and the rest are infantry. So pretty straightforward. I think this should be pretty easy for us. Yeah, we've got a pretty good spot here. We can hold hedgerows. We can hold the town. There's quite a bit of opportunity to get cover. So I think we should be all right. Let's try and keep it a little tight. So we'll go 2 groups. So we'll have 1 on this side, 1 on this side, and then maybe 1 in reserve. And then we can readjust them as needed. So here's our setup. We're going to have a straight line going from this set of houses all the way through the town to this edge. And there's not really good cover over here, so I'm going to take this fence line, but we'll probably have to do a retreat from here. Or you know what we could do is just not even bother. Let's just go behind. So what we want them to do is attack here, and then we can move in and cut them off. We'll have plenty of people in reserve here. Actually, why don't we do that? That's actually a really good idea. Let's go this way, and we'll start flanking these guys as they come in. And then that way we'll be exposed in these 2, but we'll be able to roll up this right flank a lot faster, I think. We'll keep the Imperial Dragoons in the center, just in case they start pushing with some of their hussars, but I think we should be all right. It looks like they're turning 1 unit of Cantonist reserves or recruits to attack these 3. So I guess we'll just go a normal battle line at this point. There's no sense. If they're going to be stupid and accept a 3v1, then we will happily oblige. Now, we may not need these recruits, so I'm going to start flanking them, actually. We can do the same thing here. This is the side we definitely need to flank, because that's a unit of musketeers. I don't really want to mess with them too much. Let's also load up our dragoons on that side so that we can try and dispatch them somewhat quickly. These guys need to spread out a little farther. Let's get try to maximize our damage. And then, yep, here comes the Cantonist recruit by himself. Let's go pay him a visit here. So we're good there. Just go take the high ground and see if this guy continues to come up by himself. Actually, can we get a shot off here? This guy already shot. Actually, no, I'm worried that the musketeer is going to get a full volley off on them. Let's hold off on that. Here we go. 3v1. Oh my god, he's already he's halfway down to fleeing already. Perfect. How many kills did their cannons get? 20. Yeah, so they're shooting at a unit that's in not full cover, but 62% cover. It's pretty good. Let's make sure our ammo wagon is getting around. All right, perfect. We can start getting flanking shots here. We'll get another flanking shot on this Prussian musketeer. And then let's also get some dragoon volleys off while they're reloading. All right, perfect. There we go. Muskets. They're already at a deficit, so they're not winning this. 1 or 2 more volleys and this recruit should be gone. This is what I was talking about. This unit in the previous patch would already be gone by now. Yeah, it's definitely different. So let's see, cannon. If we can punch through here, we might push back, but that hussar is kind of staying back in reserve. So I feel like if we go after them, they will charge our dragoons, and that's not really something that I'm interested in doing. We need to wait for those hussars to commit. They're not really getting any kills anyways. 20, and they probably had like 4 volleys by now. That's kind of pathetic. Musketeers, they're getting trashed. These guys are gone. Yep, let's push up. Continue to push our advantage here. These guys can actually stop and start shooting right here. These other 2 can start working on a flank, and then hopefully we can bait their hussars to come over here, and then we can rush our dragoons over there. All right, musketeers are almost gone. Let's go ahead and get a volley off with our dragoons again. There we go, he's gone. I don't want him to re-emerge, so I might actually chase him down a bit. And then we need to start rolling up the flank here. Oh yeah, they're getting hammered. Perfect. Yeah, see, these recruits are about to come back, so if we can get another volley into their rear, that would be really helpful. These guys are just about done reloading. Yeah, they'll get a volley off for sure. Not a very good one, but whatever. There we go, 2 volleys. I don't want to keep chasing because we'll open our flank to the hussars. We don't really want to do that. Oh wow, those musketeers came back already. Okay, yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. So let's start to push them back again. They're exhausted though, so I don't know what they're doing if they're trying to charge, but they're going to get completely obliterated right here. Yeah, they're 500 to 100, so they're not doing too well. Okay, supply train is out. Let's pull them back. Our lines are still doing good. I don't think we need to change anything. Let's just chill. We'll keep getting good volleys off on everybody. Yeah, the biggest thing is these hussars. All right, that cannon is now shooting at these guys, and they're actually getting some kills, so we got to be careful here. Let's back up and turn, and we'll start... I guess we'll start pushing towards that hussars. If we can take them out, yeah, like this. Get these recruits out. We'll start shooting at the hussars. We could probably push more aggressively here, but I feel like we're going to take... Oh, here they go. Here they go. Yeah, they're going to push in on our... Oh, these guys are actually really good at melee, so probably not a good target for them to charge. Yeah, they're gone already. All right, pull our general back. We don't want to get shot by this volley. Let's get behind it real quick. Now, those hussars might re-emerge, so let's try to get to these cannons as soon as we can. For sure, we need to push up, though. We've got a huge advantage here. Let's just push our lineup as one, and then we'll keep pushing these line melees. Musketeers, their left flank musketeers are gone. These line melees are they're gonna run any minute now. Oh crap! Yep, they re-emerged, but they just took a volley to the face. So they're gonna run. Yep, there they go. They're retreating again. Let's just immediately charge the cannons. Can we? Yes, we can. There we go. Right, the hussars are shattered. We're going after the dragoons. Get it before they reload, please. Yeah, we're gonna get it. Oh, we took a shot to the face, but that's fine. There we go. That's it. That was a good battle. We didn't actually, looking at the losses, we didn't lose that many. Just a little bit of red. And almost 500 gold. We got some items. Nothing too crazy, though. We'll probably sell most of that. Now, for our losses, do we want to take reservists? We didn't take that many losses, so I don't think it's worth it to get that extra 10%. We'll just use what we have, and then we need to muster again when we get to another town. So let's just take the money, make sure we can survive. Should have a lot of XP here, yeah. There we go. Multiple level ups. So I moved some people over. We're going to keep this regiment, or this brigade, as the Saxons that get converted to cannons. Anybody outside of this can turn into the musketeers already. So we need a little more time. Actually, tier 5. This one can, though. So let's get him over to the musketeers. And then these are veteran land milice. So we need to wait on that. So yeah, we'll hold off on these. We need them to stay as infantry for maybe a few more battles. Now for this general, this is the one that has the supply wagon. We're not going to be leveling up melee, I don't think. So let's re-roll this. It's only 50. Infantry accuracy, that's a good one. We'll definitely take that. It does slow down the reload, but I'd rather have the accuracy anyways. And then in terms of items, there's some decent ones here, but all the cav ones need to go. So we're not really having cav. And then the buckshot we'll hang on to for later, but I think right now we don't want to use it. All right, back at it. So we need one more encampment, and then that'll give us a free regiment of grenadiers. So let's go get that. And then this one, night success raid. We could just do let 4 days pass. There we go. And that gave us some reservists too. That helps. We got our grenadiers, some extra guns, some muskets. Let's get these swapped out because we have some dumpy ones in here. That one. And that one. So there we go. Everybody actually has a good musket now. Now this grenadier, we don't really have room for him unless we open up a new brigade. I don't really see a downside though. Even if we pay this, we still have 1,000 left. So let's do it. Oh, you know what I could do? Yeah, let's do this. I'm going to put the grenadier over here and move these guys over with the no officer group. The grenadier is going to get melee bonuses from this. So charge damage and melee bonuses. That's actually perfect. It's right where he belongs. And then these guys will have to get an officer for. Now we're already out here. It probably makes sense to take this elite army. I don't think we want to come back and do it. So we have to go east to pick up these convoys. And then there's one more in the north that we'll have to do. So hopefully this isn't too bad of a fight. I mean, we do outnumber them, not by a whole lot, but still. We have a full army. We've got a decent amount of supplies still, so I think we can afford to do it. There we go. Let's see what they got. 2 cannons, 1 cav, and the rest are infantry, so this is going to be a tough fight. We don't have any cannons, so I don't know that... yeah, I don't know where we're supposed to set up here. I think this is probably the best spot, though, because we can tank their cannon shots. I mean, even without the cannon, that cannon's probably not going to do that much damage, to be honest. It's, oh no, they have 2, actually. I thought they only had 1. Yeah, no, that's right, they do have 2. One of them is a howitzer, too, so that's going to do some pretty good damage. But even without that, they do have a lot of infantry, so having cover is going to be big for us. So let's load up on this side over here. We'll go 1 and 2 regiments in the front, 3 in reserve, 4 for melee. These guys, I don't know, we'll figure out what to put them. So yeah, let me get set up here. So here's what I've come up with. We're going to wrap around this left flank. It looks like they're going to try to attack, and they'll probably wrap around here a little bit. So we'll at least have some pretty good cover. We've taken the center of the town. We're going to leave our right flank somewhat exposed. And when they attack, we will counter push them back off of that flank. And we're doing that with both the grenadiers and our dragoons. So hopefully, they do have a couple units over here. Hopefully they do push kind of aggressively on this right side. And then we can just push them back. There we go. So we'll set up like that. All right, here we go. Yep, they are definitely going to push hard on this flank. So we're going to be exposed, which I'm totally fine with. We're going to throw both our grenadiers and our dragoons at these musketeers. They will be kind of difficult to dislodge, but I think we should be all right. Let's make sure our ammo's going around. Reserves, I don't know where to put the reserves, but I think we need to just play defensively with them rather than push them out to flank. So I'm going to spread them out a bit. Make sure that we can move them where they need to be. This land milice is going to be kind of the linchpin. If we lose that, then we get cut in half. So let's try not to lose that. Oh, here we go. They're going to double up right here. Yeah, these musketeers. Don't know if that's such a good idea, but yeah, I think he's making a mistake here. There we go. These guys are actually shooting. Our recruits don't have enough range. Let's try and push them forward a little bit. And then I think what we need to do is come out for this. And I am going to move these guys out as well. Let's move them on the flank there. So we should be good there. Let's get reserves over. Okay, these guys are shooting the Cantonist recruits. Let's go ahead and charge. Let's get a nice tight formation. Or you know what? Let's save our... Well, yeah, we're going to charge when we get close. There we go. So we're not quite getting the full charge value, but we're also not completely tearing through our stamina. They're gone. Perfect. Yeah, see, look at our stamina is still pretty good. Let's pause for a minute and get a volley or two. And then we'll charge those musketeers as well. Alright, did we get charged? We did. Okay, we're getting charged here in the center. It's land melees, though, versus our veteran musketeers. Not a good idea, but let's get our reserves over there and ready to go. Yeah, they're getting stomped. Okay, so that looks good. This right side should be okay. I don't think we need to adjust anything there. Volleys off. Let's go charge. We're going to charge it with both this time, so let's get our dragoons, and we'll try and get a flank on them if we can. It may not even be necessary. Yeah, they're about to fall. They're gone. Perfect. Let's not do that. So I'm going to hold steady here. We need to get our stamina back. So we'll wipe out these Cantonist recruits. These guys are going to come back. Actually, can I charge them? Yeah, let's charge them again. I don't want them to reform because we're kind of exposed on this side. They charged again. They sure did. Let's get up here. Oh, they did it with the Itzenplitz musketeers. Those are pretty good units. We need to replace them. Yeah, these Saxon recruits are gonna flee. Okay, what do we do here? Let's move these two regiments up. Start getting some flanking fire on them. So these guys are running. Let's get General back here to pull them back from the brink. Alright, these guys are getting in there too. Oh yeah, these Itzenplitz musketeers are gonna tear us up. It's not good. Dragoons, looks like they cleaned out the recruits. Let's make sure those musketeers don't come back either. The right flank is completely gone. We just need to worry about this left. Really, this Itzenplitz musketeers. These are really, really strong units. Let's get our general up there to help. Alright, we're starting to get shots on this, what is it, veteran musketeers? Those are also very strong units. Oh boy, what are we doing here? These guys aren't able to shoot. Let's turn them. And then we need to do something here. We're kind of being inefficient. Let's get these guys over. If they're going to re-emerge and attack us again, I don't want to leave our line because then we're going to leave our cover, but I guess we probably should. Look at these guys, man. Look at them go. All right, how many kills did they get? 6, almost 700 to 600. So they're trading evenly, but it's taken us 3 regiments to keep up with them. So let's charge them with our general. Yeah, these Saxon recruits are going to get blasted as well. We'll have reserves here if we need them. Yeah, there goes our Saxon recruits. That's fine. All right, get back, General, so you don't die. They're done. Our land melees are still in really good shape, so I think we'll keep them. These recruits we'll leave in the back. These guys can stay as reserves. Oh, no, we need help over here. Let's get up there and help. Yeah, those are recruits. They're not going to hold. Charge up there. Move our reserves and keep moving, keep moving. All right, these guys are done. Let's start moving into line. Where's our cav? They're at the top of the map. Okay, so we like zeroed them out. 1,200 kills. I forgot to pull them off. Oh well. Let's go back and take out these field artilleries then. Yeah, there's not really much else to do. They have a few regiments over here and then some cannons. Let's go deal with both of those. We did fend off those hussars. They might reemerge though. Yeah, let's just... These guys can't move. They're like literally exhausted. So we'll hold for a little bit. And then we can march down their cannons with our infantry. Let's just do that. These guys are ready to go as well. Let's get off our line. Actually, we can do a united front. There we go. Yeah, they're going to be in quite a bit of trouble here. Don't think they're going to be charging anytime soon. So let's get reserves down the line here. Because this is probably where we're going to take some damage if they re-emerge with some of these units. Yeah, those hussars are going to probably come back. One cannon shattered. Let's keep moving. Take out that other horse artillery. You guys can take out the Itzenplitz. Damn, those guys were strong, man. Look at that. And they have really, really good morale. They don't even have good unit or good equipment. I mean, they have some decent stuff, but nothing crazy. Those are really good units. So hats off to you boys. All right, I was going to get a volley into the horse artillery, but let's make sure the Itzenplitz are gone. I don't want to deal with them again. All right, there we go. That's looking good. These guys have gotten some of their stamina back. There's not much to attack here. Let's just get back. right, cannon is gone. Yep, both cannons are gone now. Perfect. So I'm going to clean these last two guys up and then we'll be done. There we go. We got the victory. So a couple of these units did take some severe losses. We might need to go with recruitment here. Get that 10% back plus the reservists because there's no way we have enough here. We did get 800 gold though, so at least we have that. Yeah, actually not that bad. Only less than 3,000. I thought it'd be worse than that. So let's take conscripts anyways. That'll pretty much restore everybody that we lost, just about. And then we do get a free doctrine. Ooh, this is one of the ones I was considering taking because the ammo is kind of a concern. Recruitment cost, we're not recruiting until the third act, and even then we probably won't even recruit. Musket and carbine cost is an interesting one. This could be a good if you plan on maxing out your muskets early, but usually I get most of mine from either loot drops or in the last phase of the game where money doesn't mean anything, so probably not the most impactful one. But I really do like this one. 8 ammo per day at the expense of 1 taller. So I think pretty reasonable exchange rate. And here we go, more upgrades. This guy's ready to go. Yep, our dragoons are ready to go to tier 6 cuirassier. Perfect. So now these guys are like wrecking balls. 66 melee damage is crazy. Oh boy, yeah, we blew through a lot of ammo, but like I said, we're gonna get +8 now every turn, so that should be enough to keep us afloat. We've got an upgrade on one of our generals, so no charge, no morale. I will reroll it once at least. Morale damage dealt, that's so good. We'll take intimidating. And then in terms of items, let's see, +6 charge, minus accuracy. I wouldn't mind that on the grenadiers. There we go, we got items distributed. We've got quite a few things to sell, and then we're starting to save up some extra equipment for when we get new troops. So that was, yeah, I'm glad we did that one. That was the right call, taking that out. I don't know how close we're going to run here in terms of like the HQ coming out before we get these. I was going to say we'll go to the slums, but let's not even bother. Let's just go straight to the objective here. All right, we've got two options. We can face a weak field army to capture items, or we could delay the HQ by a week, but it's going to cost us almost all of our ammo. I think the right call here is the field army, because we could still get the ammo if we take that at the end of the battle. This is going to be a nothing battle. They've literally got nothing, so let's do this one quick. So the goal here is to just lock their line up, and then we're going to punch through with both the grenadiers and the cuirassier. Like I said, these guys are just insane. 81 melee damage because we have that combat effectiveness bonus. 63 melee damage with these guys. It's just crazy. So we should be fine. But let's see how well it goes. Just make sure we can get some shots on this guy too. But yeah, main goal here. Let's just start charging them. All right, these recruits are pretty much ready. There we go. We get a full volley and we'll hit them with 2 charges at once, I think. And they should just instantly pop. Yep, there they go. Now we want... Yep, they're shattered. We want our cav to go back and deal with the artillery. Our infantry doesn't really matter. We can take out these recruits, that's fine. Yeah, they're already in really rough shape. This is why you keep reserves. So this stuff like this doesn't happen to you. I say that as we have no reserves. But, I mean, to be fair, we already knew this was going to be an easy one. So let me clean this up. There we go. Got the easy win. And that's... I do like to use melee combat, but I don't like to use it across the whole front line. I usually like to use it as like a spearhead, like a targeted section. And then what I'll do is I usually load those guys up. Hold on one second. Yeah, we need the ammo. We're kind of running low. I switched the surgeon from our other musketeer guy over to our grenadier. So now he's got plus 35% casualties restored. And then I could also, if I really wanted to, I could put the other one that reduces casualties. I actually wouldn't mind doing that. This charge damage is pretty nice to have too, though. What I'd like to ideally do is add more charge, like we can get that vodka, put it on him, and just make this grenadier group just insanely strong charge. Do the same thing with the cuirassier, and we can micromanage them, but for another time. I think we're good now. Let's go ahead and swap out some of these bayonets, because that's terrible. The sword, I think we have a good one. We're just going to keep it. All this other stuff we'll hang on to, I think. Yeah, we need to get to a town. We've got a bunch of stuff to sell. We've got a bunch of things that we need to equip as soon as we can, but we need more troops. All right, we need 3 convoys. There's one way down here. I don't think that's worth it. Is there enough up here? Yeah, there's 1, 2, and 3. So we could hit 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll be surrounded by towns as well. We can hit up right after that. So let's work our way up there. All right, this one's going to give us some weapons. Yep, that's what we need because we still, I think we actually have muskets for everybody, but like I said, we're going to recruit soon and they will need some muskets. Ooh, we got a good event here. So prisoner wagons, we could give up one of our muskets to get recruit infantry. We have a bunch of really, the low tier one, the one that you spawn with. So hopefully it gives up one of those. Did it take one of our, no, it took one of our good ones instead of the worn musket. That sucks, but that's all right. So this guy, Imperial Recruit, let's put him back over here. Give him a decent musket, and then we'll outfit him with all this stuff that we've got. There we go. We need a few more. Now, also for that achievement, we need to keep track. So we've mustered how many people? Well, we started with 4, so those don't count, and we got 1 for free, so that doesn't count. So it is, what, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think? I think we've gotten 7. We need 5 more, I think. Well, it doesn't matter. We can always do more in the future, even if we have enough troops. All right, let's catch this guy. There we go. Yeah, easy fight. All right, yeah, this, like I said, this is going to be a pretty easy fight. I don't even know if this is even worth looking at because just they always just rush into you anyways. And we have a nice little U shape. So everybody's shooting and they've only got like 1 or 2 people shooting. So should be a pretty easy one. Yeah, like I said, they literally have nothing. Oh, they are flanking though. That is one thing I will say with this new build. They do flank a lot more. All right, we want to get a charge. Oh, and I misclicked, so I didn't get the charge off. That's all right. Yeah, we have significantly stronger cavalry than them. 74 melee damage. Like, they're literally not going to do anything to us. Land melee, let's just charge them. Finish it off. There we go. So easy win. And we'll get a little something out of it at least. All right, 409 losses. We can supply the troops for that. Not a big deal. We have 2,500 gold, which sounds like a lot, but we're going to need a lot soon anyway, so I don't want to assume that that's enough. 740, we do, well, do we need food? That's the big thing. Yeah, let's go ammo and tollers. That's fine. You can never have too much money in this game. Go. And this guy's a level 5 Saxon recruit. We can take him all the way up to the musketeer now. So let's do that. All right, looking good there. And these guys we're waiting to upgrade. We could probably do one now. We do have a howitzer, so it wouldn't be a bad idea. Our front line is too long for everybody to engage anyways, so it wouldn't actually be a bad idea to have at least one cannon right now. Let's get this guy. Oh, another charge damage bonus. Wow. So we're getting, what, 40% charge? Yeah, plus 40 charge and then plus 10% melee. Crazy. Most of this stuff we're going to sell. Yeah, we can't really use most of this. There is a town just to the north, so we should probably go there and get rid of most of this stuff. There we go. We made it to Jena. Oh, perfect. We can buy some cheap, well, I wouldn't say cheap, but some decent ones. There is one here with range. So range 10%, that's going to be really good on our artillery. Artillery range 15%, and then cover effectiveness. I don't really want to spend the extra money, and I don't really like cover effectiveness for artillery. They don't generally take advantage of it. So I'm kind of partial to this other one. And grenade throw range, we're not going to go too crazy with the grenadiers, I don't think. So I think it's probably best to do this one, Sebastian von Hohenhausen, or however you pronounce that. And then that'll be good for this guy once we get our artillery regiment going. Let's also, before I forget, let's sell some stuff. All right, they actually don't have enough cash for all this, I don't think. Yep, 87. All right, there we go. And then we'll go to the quartermaster, sell these other 2, and then the rest we're keeping. That takes us up to 3,300, so we're doing very, very good on money. We're doing just fine. What do we have? Let's go and use some of our cash here, buy out all of their supplies. So this one, more items to shop yet. It doesn't really help us, but there we go, food. And then we probably don't need to buy ammo. I'll do maybe 1 tick. Let's just do 1 thing of ammo. And then we should probably start stocking up on some cannons. But damn, they're expensive. What we could do also, let's make sure we can get the convoy, and then we'll spend the rest of the time getting as many troops as we can from these towns and raiding. I do want to fight that other army. Unfortunately, it's probably over here, and we don't have time because we're day 125 out of 158. So yeah, we're going to run out here very soon. Okay, well, let's just go get the convoy, finish that. We can get our doctrine, and then the Weimar is right next to it anyways. We go, we got 3 days. We lose 3 days. That's not going to work. Let's do likely chance of 2% attrition. We'll take the attrition. Oh, we didn't get it actually. Nice, we got lucky. We got lucky on that one. Right, this stuff will probably sell except for this spontoon. I do like that for the recruits. So let's put this on the new guy that we just got. And then let's go to Weimar and try and get some troops. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we're going to have a fight. Oh no, he's running. Interesting, he's running. Let's pick up another general here. Yeah, look at this, like 56. That's so cheap. And 88. We'll get some backups since they're so cheap. This guy... No, we don't need to replace him. I do like having the supply wagon. It's not always necessary, but it is kind of nice to have. This guy's running. We don't want to pass up a fight, so let's go chase him. There we go. We outnumber him 2-1, so it should be pretty easy. So this one, I don't think we need to do anything fancy. They're just going to come straight to us anyways. So let's go ahead and move our line up to at least have some kind of cover. And then we'll do the same thing. We're going to punch through probably... Oh, they do have cav though. Yeah, all right, well, let's pick off some of their high tier, which is going to be down here, the Prussian musketeers. Let's load up on the right flank. And then, yeah, we're going to get blasted here. Wow, 46 kills. He's using canister, maybe. Damn, that hurt. Yeah, they're shadowing us with the hussars. So we're going to punch through these guys really fast, I think. And I don't even mind the hussars charging us. They only have 30 melee damage. That's pretty weak. So let's get in there with the grenadiers first. And then maybe, actually, can we bait their hussars to chase our cuirassiers? Maybe we can get them to do that. Let's move up. We'll get a volley off, and then we'll finish charging. All right, here we go. Let's go charge the cuirassiers. As long as they stay off our grenadiers, that's all I really care about. Yeah, they're actually leaving us alone, so... Musketeer versus grenadier. It should be a pretty easy kill. Yep. We'll apply a little pressure here with our cav as well. Perfect. Good kill, good kill. And we don't want to chase. We'll just hold steady. These guys need to start pressuring. And then what we'll probably do is use the grenadiers to counter their cav. How are we doing over here? They're already losing their line. Yeah, like I said, this is, I don't know, not really an interesting fight. But, oh, there they go. They're charging. Let's get behind our grenadiers. All right, charge first. Perfect. Yep, I want them to hit first, and then we will charge, countercharge. Because the grenadiers are the ones that have the recovery, so we want them to take the brunt. All right, that looks good. Let's get our general over there to help boost up morale, but they're pretty good units. I don't think they really need it. So looking good here. Crease, musketeers. We can start to push these guys up a little bit. Yep, hussars are gone. We took some losses on our grenadiers, but that's all right. I know we pushed them pretty hard. There we go. There's another unit down. What I'd like to do is get at that artillery if we can. Let's see if we can get at them with the cav before their cav come back. They're losing their line. They're completely losing everything. So let's start pushing up. Actually, these grenadiers are a little battered. So let's maybe get them back. They can go form the reserve for a little bit. Get more units on the front line shooting. There we go. Cannons are dealt with. And yep, here comes their cav. They're going to try and counter ours. I'm just going to run back through our line just to be safe. All right, there we go. Here come another round of the hussars. Yep, they're gone. Okay, let me clean this up. It's pretty much over. There we go. Got the win. Really, the only one that took a beating was the grenadiers, but we kind of needed to do that to get rid of their high tier. Right. Yeah, close to 500 gold. That's pretty good. And then we'll take the money on this one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we need to take the money. I'm not too worried about the losses because we're going to sit here and muster right next to our, the town that we're at anyways. So, all right, let me sort this out. We'll go back to town, sell some things, and we'll start mustering. Go ahead and muster. So we still have a couple weeks. So we can probably get at least a couple of recruits, maybe get this maxed out. Yeah, we should be able to get this maxed out. What did we get? An Imperial recruit at level 4. That's pretty good. And actually, we can afford our final brigade. If we do that, any unit that musters is going to be 5 levels up. So we should definitely be doing that. So let's get this guy leveled up to Landmühles, and then he'll have to wait for the next one. But we do have some equipment we can give him. There we go. All right, let's keep mustering. If we can get one more, that would be perfect. Holy crap, that's expensive. Okay, so we may not be able to muster. Let's do one more and then one more tick. 2 more ticks. Yeah, we have to raid. We don't have money. We're going to run out of money. So let's just raid this place. Yeah, look at that. 74. Headquarters notified. That's fine. What are you doing, dude? Finish raiding. Get the items. There we go. All right, if we're lucky, we'll have time to get to Altenburg and be able to muster a little bit longer. But let's see what happens. Mustering is very expensive right now. That's the biggest issue. Yep, here comes the final boss here for this map. Let's go ahead and sell a bunch of this junk. So we'll take another 145. Let's see anything cheap. We already have a bunch. This one's only 31. I can't really pass that up. So we've got 3 spare generals. And let's buy... No, let's not buy anything. Let's go ahead and muster. We're really close. We're at like 20% already. Yep, there we go. Saxon recruit. Beautiful. This guy can also go musketeer. Okay, so that is 4 full brigades. We need a 5th one still, and we need to muster more people. But yeah, I don't think we can really afford to do much in this map. This map's pretty much done. So if we want to get some cannons, now is a decent time to do it. So there's 12 pounders for 400. We could afford one of those. Or we can get some smaller ones. 10-pound howitzers. I'm kind of partial to the howitzers because of how much damage they do. I'd rather just focus on wiping out enemy infantry rather than counter battery. So these guys are pretty good at that. We do have one howitzer. It's a 6-pounder though. So 6-pounder is damage, shot damage 30. What is this one? Shot damage 40. That's a big difference. 15. That's a small accuracy. Yeah. Okay. Well, if we go back to our troops here, if we upgrade this guy, actually it's not a bad idea to do that because we have 2 people that have nasty muskets. So why don't we upgrade 2 of these? Let's go Saxon battery, battalion artillery. And we need a little more to get the upgrade, but that's okay. Same thing here. Let's get you Saxon. Let's go ahead and equip them with some stuff. And then we need to buy 1 cannon here. I think it's probably best that we go with one of the better cannons. So why don't we go with... this 12-pound Lycorn would be interesting too. But it actually gives you ammo consumption ratings as well. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't want to go too expensive because we're going to replace these anyways. We're going to be putting in different weapons. Let's just go with one of the 400. We'll throw that on this guy. There we go. So we got 2 cannons at least. And what I'm going to do is swap this guy out. Put the cannons over there. Actually, that's not entirely true. We need this guy. Yeah, so we'll put the one with range, plus 10% range. That'll be good on our cannons. Now we need more infantry to fill these slots. Oh, yeah. Actually, let's keep that right here because we were going to upgrade them. Okay, there we go. So now do we raid? Let's do a couple more ticks. Yeah, we're going to run out of cash here, unfortunately. So let's just switch to raiding. All right, here comes the HQ. I don't think we're going to finish this off before they come. It's going to be close. No, we're not going to get it. It's going to be off by 1 tick. You got to be kidding me. That sucks. All right, we are up against 3 cannon, 4 cav, and 8 infantry. Nope, there's another cannon up there. So 4 cannon. Pretty light on the cavalry though, so this might actually not be too bad. Now that we've paid for all 5 brigades, I don't mind spending a little bit of money to upgrade these guys to get some better equipment. Oh, he already had one of those, didn't he? Okay, and then the grenadiers, I would love to give these axes to because plus 6 melee damage is pretty good. Let me go through and see who we can give equipment to. There we go. We spent down to 400 and we've got a lot of items on. So we've got as good a chance to win this as we can. I don't really think we're going to struggle in this one, but you never know. I'd rather be safe than sorry. We do outnumber them by quite a bit, but they outgun us by quite a bit as well. I do like this central hill. I wouldn't mind holding this. We could even do a circle, like a semicircle right here around these fence posts. There's not a ton of cover. I mean, there's a little bit right here with this house. They might get a little bit with some of these things, but that wouldn't be too bad. We could also fall back. There's a town here. The problem with the town is they approach like this, and our defense would have to be set up like this, kind of a weird angle. We could also pile up in the corner and just get across this river and then defend over here. So that would be very good against Cav, and they have a lot of Cav, so I actually don't mind that idea. Because Cav do struggle getting across the rivers. So why don't we try that? I think that might be the best option that we have here. So I'm just going to load everybody up on this side, and then we'll quickly get across the river and then sort everything out there. Okay, there we go. So yeah, let me get set up and we'll come back in. Okay, so I haven't quite set everything up yet. We're going to have a decent amount of reserves here. I'm going to keep these grenadiers up here on the high ground, and then we'll probably charge off the hill and go after them. I did not set up my cannons. Let's do that. Start delivering some fire back. Right, so, oh wow, we almost wiped out that one cannon already. Let's focus it down then. It's almost about to break. So maybe one more volley. What I'm thinking we could do here is keep these guys in reserve. So if we get bomb rushed, we've got a decent amount of reserves. And then over here, we can keep these guys on this side of the riverbank. And then as they get committed, we can counter and try and sweep up from the right. So I do want to try that. I don't know if this is the right move or not, but we'll try it. Set them to control group 3. All right, here we go. Come on, boys. Get good shots in. Oh, one more volley. Did somebody? Yeah, they both shot. Dang. All right. Yeah, this one's going to go down. We could break one of their cannons already. I usually don't like to focus on the cannons unless we have specific artillery pieces. But these things are just tearing them up. Come on, one more volley. Oh, they missed. Yeah, they flubbed it. Let's not focus on them. Let's focus on high value. So musketeers, that's a high value. Also, I'm going to spread these guys out a little bit more. Reserves spread out a little bit more. Let's get our cuirassiers up here. I'm sure they're going to try and charge. They're going to do something stupid like that, but let's see what they do. All right, here we go. So it looks like this right flank should be wide open for us. They're going to come down here with maybe 2 units. This one's probably going to go there. These 2 we should be able to handle with everything we have there. Oh boy. No, you should be focusing on these musketeers in the water. They are wide open targets. All right, are their cannons actually doing anything? Yeah, not that bad actually. 2 of them have 0 kills. The other 2 don't have that much. One good volley from our cannons. We should be able to wipe that musketeer group out. Oh yeah, they're gone. All right, let's not focus them down. Let's focus these guys down. Okay, here come... Oh boy. Yeah, that's a legit unit. So what we're going to do is flank them. They got hit with a good volley there. That was good. Let's go from the flank here after they charge. Let's get our commander over here. There we go. That's a good charge. Oh man, they are strong. Holy crap, these guys are good. Yeah, our line militia might not hold, so let's get these other guys back behind them to support. We'll need to pull them out anyways because they're going to lose a lot of units there. Here we go. They are committing a single unit to handle these 4. Let's just push, and then we'll roll up their flank here. Everything's looking good so far. What are our cannons shooting at? These guys, that's fine because they're going to break soon. That's good. We want to focus that down. Dude, these land melees are getting crushed. But that's okay. Yeah, keep charging. Do not let them off the hook. We need them to be completely gone. Let's get these guys back in reserve. Swap them out with a fresh unit. Alright, yeah, make sure they shatter. We definitely can't afford these guys to come back in. Shattered. And then back. Alright, let's get our general back to maybe the center. Did this guy break yet? He did not. Okay, we are exchanging fire with this guy. He's getting blasted. It's a recruit unit, so I don't expect them to do much with that. Alright, let's get these guys in the back so they can recover. Oh, they actually lost one of their artillery pieces. I don't know if we were shooting at them or maybe they caught a stray ball. Let's focus on Fusiliers. Those are also very good at shooting. So we'll focus it down with the artillery. How are they doing anyways? 300 and 300. Wow. They're very good. Yeah, they're getting solid numbers. All right, we got some cavalry coming in. We got to be careful here. There we go. Let's line up. Make sure we can support other units because if we get charged here, hold fire, hold fire. Perfect. Oh, don't shoot, you idiots. I put you on hold fire. Okay, we need to get in there with these guys. And let's get our general over here to support. I don't have a lot of faith in these. They're recruits, so it's not necessarily their fault, but yeah, I'm worried they're not going to be able to handle it. Luckily, that Hussar unit had already charged and broke before, so here we go. Done. Let's start rolling up the flank. Oh boy, they're targeting our general now. All right, let's straighten our line out here so we can get more people shooting at the Fusiliers. And we're going to hit them with a lot of different units. So let's get these musketeers shooting as well. We still have our grenadiers in reserve. If we need to, we'll bring him out, but so far I don't think we need to. Get these guys up, make sure that we're not getting flanked. And I would love to start chewing those cavalry down. Here we go. These reservists are going to break soon. The Fusiliers are gone. Perfect. They're going to charge us with cav. If we have a volley ready, I'd like to put it into those cav. No, we don't. Unfortunate. We may not be able to get back in time or be able to reload in time. It's going to be close. Bring our cav up. Let's get our cav back up. No, we didn't. We're just barely shy. Okay, let's get in there and charge. Hold the line, boys. Yeah, they're dragoons, so they're not necessarily meant for heavy hand-to-hand. So they're going to get crushed. Perfect. All right, these guys are ready. We're getting charged. All right, quickly turn. Get your volley off, please. Shoot, shoot, shoot. There we go. Oh, man, look at that. Almost wiped them out without them even reaching our line. That was perfect. We've got another group. We shattered them, but we've got hussars coming, so we're not going to have a full volley for that. Let's actually put fire at will, free fire. And then they'll be able to get some shots on these guys as they come in. Do they have any bracing? Oh yeah, 50% bracing. Yeah, they're going to crush. They just crushed them. Perfect. Keep moving up. There's no time to dilly-dally, as they say. That looks good. Perfect. There's another group off the front line. Let's start targeting down some of these weaker units, these line mules. Oh crap. Did I forget to pull my... Yeah, I forgot to pull my cuirassiers back. It's okay. No, it's not okay. They have some active infantry. I don't want to take a full volley. I think they're targeting us pretty heavily with the cannons, so we need to do something about that quick. Let's get up there. Alright, push them, everybody. Push, push, push. We could push from this side too. Yeah, I don't mind that. Let's just get everybody up. And then we'll have a couple in reserve. Alright, I'm going to run these guys ragged. I don't care. I just need them to get out of the danger zone. So get back. There we go. There's one down. Cannons must have blasted him or something. Let's take out this artillery. Yeah, dude, these things are... They are snipers, man. They don't have very good range, but when they... Whatever they're targeting, they will hit very hard. So let's... There's another cannon down. Perfect. They have one left. So pretty much this battle's over. Let's mop this up very quickly. They have only a couple of land mules. Yep. Oh no, it crashed. You gotta be kidding me. Dude, that was the battle. That was such a good battle. Alright, unfortunately we didn't get the same map again. So it rotates the maps randomly. So that sucks, man. We had such a good map and it was a really, really good battle. So I'm kind of a little disappointed in that. This map just has cover everywhere. There's not a whole lot that I think we can do here. I'm just going to fight it straight up, I think. What I might try to do in this case, I'm going to put as much firepower on this Von Prussen Fusiliers as we can, because those guys were incredibly tough. So let's get our grenadiers ready and the cuirassier. We're going to hit it with both of these and as many muskets as we can. Looks like they're outnumbered pretty heavily because we can already turn their flank. These guys, maybe not quite as much. Let's peel back our left flank just a little bit. So we'll angle it and stretch it out. I'm going to get my commander or general down there. But here we go. These guys have gotten their volley off. Let's go after them. And I think we're just going to charge right from the start. Here we go. Go get them, boys. Both of them. And they should get crushed, because Fusiliers aren't necessarily the strongest in melee. These are good Fusiliers, so they are quite a bit better than the regular ones, but still, we have very strong melee between both of these. Yeah, they're getting crushed. So, Grenadiers get back, but the cavalry can pursue, make sure they don't re-emerge later. And I'm going to charge them off the battlefield. Alright, they're crushed. Get off, don't waste your energy. Let's just get back to friendly line. So that's like the biggest threat, I feel like. Everything else shouldn't be too bad. Let's keep angling our line back a little bit. I don't really like them trying to turn our flank here. Do we have anybody that's not shooting? Yeah, we can start turning their flank here, actually. So let's get these recruits at a tight angle. I'm going to push forward with these two. Once these guys are ready and rested, then we'll get them back out again. All right, let's start getting ammo supplied to everybody. I don't see anybody that's not shooting, so we should be fine. So like I said, we'll hold the line here. We'll flank on the right. Let's get these guys. Yeah, kind of moved up a little bit. Yeah, look at these kill ratios. 327 to 26, 263 to 101. These were the first charge, so they took the brunt of it. But it's fine because they have also 50% casualty restored, so they can handle it. Let's go after those cannons. That looks like a free target to me because they're not really defending. They do have one set of cav, but we should be able to dispatch them pretty quickly. All right, let's make sure we're supporting both of these. What are we shooting at with our cannons? Let's target the same unit if we can so we can get them out quicker. These musketeers are about to break. Actually, these ones are really close to breaking. Get them out. We'll split their line in two. All right, let's get these fusiliers out of here as well. We've got our strong units. Yep, there we go. Recruits for the win. We're taking out cannons. Those fusiliers should break. I'm going to make sure that they fully break before we pull back. We're getting targeted by their cannons. We got to be careful here. Let's actually chill right here in this farm. That should give us plenty of cover. And I know they're going to just target these guys because they're the best that we have. So it's high value. But if they're in cover, they shouldn't take too much damage. All right, they're gone. Let's start rolling up this way. Oh my god, we have so many units now that are available to push. I don't even know where to put them. Yeah, they're losing their flank faster than I can keep up with it. You know what? Let's hold. And let's keep pushing. And let's keep pushing. I don't want to charge in because those dragoons, they'll countercharge, and I don't really want to lose people for no good reason. Please don't target dead people already. What are you doing, man? Let's get these musketeers out. We need help on this left side for sure. Yep, they're putting hussars over here as well. So we might need to... let's actually pull some of these guys back. And we're getting charged. Alright, go get them. Cuirassiers can get in there. Alright, they've committed their troops, which means we can go after them right now. They have a musketeer group. Let's go ahead and charge them, and then we'll immediately follow up with artillery charge. There we go. Those dragoons are going to die. They're pretty much dead. Yep, got it. This feels like a smoother battle. I don't know if we're losing less troops, but it feels like it's going a lot faster. So I don't really know. Yeah, our line is changing so fast. We may not even be able to help these guys in time because they might get crushed. Oh, we're getting charged. All right, hussars. Let's get the musketeers to help. Where's my general? Oh, we're getting charged there too. I don't really know what else we can do. Let's charge. No, they actually have it. They have it under control. Perfect. And shattered. And repelled and shattered. Let's get these guys back because their morale's kind of low. We'll let the musketeers take over. And then up here, everybody's dead except for these dragoons. They came back again. So where did my... Oh crap, my grenadiers. I forgot about them. They did a hell of a job though. I'm going to leave them right here so they can rest up. And then we're going to get flanked if we don't move. So let's go ahead and rotate. Cuirassiers should be able to support. And then these recruits need to get over here. Yep, we don't really have much for them to do. Let's get cannons shooting at the recruits. These are they're Cantonist recruits, so they're going to fall fast. So yeah, I don't think we really need to worry about this flank too much. Let me clean this up. We might have actually lost less this time. I'm not sure actually. Yeah, it's kind of close. All right, dragoons. And they're going to get countered immediately. Yep, they're out. Got them. And they've already come at us like 3 different times. Let's chase them off the map this time. Okay, what are we? We're on one more unit. Let's get cannons to focus them down. Okay, can you guys target the right unit, please? Let's... Yeah, they got one guy left. Speed this up here. Actually, charge them at the general. Can you get there in time? Oh, not quite. So we got it. That was probably a more interesting battle. The other one was fun from a defensive standpoint, but I feel like when you're offensive, it's probably a lot more interesting to watch. So we ended up losing 2,100, which is not really hardly anything at all. That's actually pretty good. In terms of gear, there's a couple things we can use in there. I think we still need to pile up the cash because we need to be able to buy good cannons. So let's go for tollers and ammo. And I'll worry about outfitting people next chapter. I gotta go eat dinner. So I am going to move on to the next one. All right, moving on to chapter 2. We gotta pick our doctrine. Combat effectiveness is definitely a good one, especially since we're already stacking it. So the more of that we can get, the better. Is it worth re-rolling? I don't think so, because this is actually one of the better ones. One of the starting ones that I had considered. So we'll take it. So now we have combat effectiveness from Imperial Patchwork and that. Now, oh boy, this is a good one. Reload. I would rather have range or accuracy over reload though. So I think I'm going to skip that. So I probably will re-roll this. I don't see anything in here that's particularly appealing. Fire damage received. Flanking fire damage is probably good. And then we would get a, looks like a Krace Grenadier unit. This sounds pretty good. Yeah, fire damage received. It will probably be taking mostly fire damage because, like I said, we only have 2 units that are meant to be bulldozing people. So I think we'll go with this one. And I also like the infantry unit that it has. So we'll take that. All right, act number 2. So this one, I know the winter comes a little bit sooner, but all right, we get a raid settlements, which we do already anyways. That's not a big deal. And then dismantle slums. We can do that. 5. It looks like most of them are weighted towards the northeast. Yeah, most of them are up there. So we'll have to get on it and do that. But we'll pick up our free supplies and start heading out. So slums. I don't really want to go that far off the trail. We need 5 of them though. There's 6 over here, so we could skip that one. Just it's going to take forever to get up there. So yeah, why don't we raid the settlements along the way? And we'll just do that. Now this place is paying good money for items, so we'll definitely sell all the stuff that we don't want here, which ain't much. I think we should save up for the better cannons. That's what we should be spending our money on at this point. Not just that, but we also need to get our other troops. So let's go ahead and work on that. Oh, nice. It carried over. We were at 12 last on the last map before it kicked over. There we go. So we got another unit. This one, I think we can go straight into the musketeers. All right, we'll do it again. I don't think we have enough money to withstand too much more. Well, yeah, we do. There we go. We got it. And I just got the achievement that popped. So muster 12 recruits in 1 campaign. So we got that achievement. Here we go. Yep. Completed. All right. So that means we don't have to muster anymore. It's really expensive to do that. So what I would rather do is just buy units at this point. We still need to do it a little bit to gather our reserves, but why don't we raid this place for now? And then once this is done, move on to the next one. We'll get all 3 done pretty quickly. Wow, they give us garbage items. All right, this one, I think we went Palatine. No, did we even... Let me look through and see what we need, because what we want to do is get as many of these bottom lines as we can. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 out of the 20 that we have. And then we're going to have at least 1, I think 1 artillery, that's 8. 9 with the cuirassier. 10 if we include the special unit that we have. And then there's a couple on the Saxon line. Whoops. So the Saxon line, there's 2 more. That's 12. So we can get up to 6 if we just do that and not spam all these other... Because I really don't want to spam the cavalry. I wouldn't mind getting 1 cannon that is from the other line, but honestly, it's for a half point, it's probably not worth it. I'd rather have the better cannon. Yeah, I'd rather have the better cannon right off the bat. So we'll have to figure that one out. Also, we've got a few units that can upgrade. The Imperial Landmilice. I don't think we have any other units, right? We have the Saxon Musketeer, the Kreese Veteran Musketeer, and then everybody else is basically Landmilice or Saxon Musketeer. Yeah, why don't we try and get these guys in the same regiment so it's a little easier to keep track of them. So there's another group of Saxon Musketeers over here. Actually, we'll move this guy out and I'll put him over here. Actually, no, it's fine. So we want to get Kreese Marie Musketeer. We have 1 already at the Veteran Musketeer. Then we want to get 1 in the Grenadier, so that can be this guy. Then we can get 1 of the Bavarian Musketeers. Everybody else needs to go Württemberg or Palatine. So yeah, we need 5 levels then. So we can't touch these. This guy can go. Yep, this guy can go. Let's do Württemberg. Don't have anybody else yet. Right, yeah, we'll wait. Saxon Musketeer needs 5 or 6. Okay. Oh boy, we have 4 of these guys, unfortunately. That's going to be a bunch of double ups. But I already knew that was going to happen. Like I said, we're not going to get a max amount. We're not going to get... so 0.5 times 20, right? There's 20 units here. Is 10. So we're not going to get the full 10. But if we can get 5 or above, I think that's reasonable. And we already have another +5 from this. Okay, moving on. Let's go to the next town. Found an event, or a, what do we call it? Anyways, we can fight a field army here, and we'll get 4 items. I think that's definitely worth it. We'll take the items. So we've got a few people that still don't have muskets, right? Yep, this guy doesn't have a good one. All right, let's go ahead and fight this. They've got 12,000 people. No cannons. Interesting. Just a handful of cav, and then the rest are infantry. All right, we got an interesting map. We'll take the center high ground. They will have some opportunity to hide into cover, but I think we'll be all right. So let's see what they do. I'm curious to see what they do on this right flank, but we'll be ready for it either way. So let's get these guys moved into a better defensive position, and then probably spread these guys out a bit. And then I might actually pull these guys on the other side of the river. Let's move them down here, and then we'll start to push on their flank. What we can do is move some of these guys up. Yeah, we get somebody in the town. That'll give them really good cover. And then we do still have some reserves, so we'll keep them ready. And let's get them up here. On this left flank, I'm going to pull these guys back and away. I want to try and draw some of these other units out here, and then we'll try to isolate them. And in terms of what are we going to do with our cuirassiers? Yeah, they don't have cannons. We just have to worry about these cav, but I think we should be all right here. Hanoverian veteran foot and Hanoverian grenadier. I feel like we might need to handle that on the right side. This left isn't quite as scary, so let's go ahead and load up over here. We'll cross the river and just be ready. Cannons are active. They push these grenadiers up pretty far. They're pretty far out of position, so we'll start to smack them down. Yep. These things are getting good kills. Alright, what about over here? Let's push our recruits up a little higher. These guys will get up on the hill so they can start shooting. Get the recruits out of here. And then we use them to flank. Alright, there we go. We're shooting on that. Oh, they actually sent... they sent the Hessians out here. Let's go a little bit wider. Alright, front line is mostly shooting. They're still moving some people into position, so I'll hold. Yeah, let's just hold. And then these 3 can start to flank. Let's get over there. Alright, reinforcements. Reserves, I mean. I don't know what these Hessian cavalry are doing. They do have 70 melee, so holy crap, they're gonna hurt when they hit. Maybe we should move our cav over there, actually. Let's do that. Let's pull our cav back. Relocate them to the left flank. Also, they're starting to move over here. We might get hit in our flank. I don't really want that. But these grenadiers are pretty close. They're like at half health already, so I kind of want to keep pushing them if we can. Let's get these Bavarian musketeers in the action. Yeah, they're getting hit. Here we go. We got a full flank on these grenadiers. There's no cav. They are moving cav over here, but they're not here yet. So let's start getting ready for them. I still have the Hessian cav lurking around back there somewhere. There we go. Their Hanoverian grenadiers are broken. We don't want to let up on them because they will come back. So we'll keep shooting them. We'll use the recruits here. Go ahead and get a volley off on as they run. And hopefully we can put them out. All right, let's get these guys moved up. We'll continue to pressure this flank. Actually, you know what we could do is we could put some extra firepower on those Hanoverian foot. Okay, I don't know what these cav are doing. They're kind of moving back and forth. There we go. They broke. Shattered, I mean. The musketeers are probably not needed right here. Alright, I'm going to send in my grenadiers. Man, yeah, these Saxon musketeers are getting hammered. We need to dislodge these guys. Let's get in there. There they go. I'm going to move the cab back. They keep doing this. They're like going back and forth. Can't make up their mind. These guys are broken, but not shattered. We'll keep on them. Let's keep pushing. Alright, 1 or 2 more volleys. They'll be gone. Let's make sure we finish these guys off. Okay, so yeah, these guys broke. I should have moved these a long time ago. Whoops. I'm going to keep 2 units in reserve to deal with these cavalry that are lurking because I'm pretty concerned. They do have really good melee stats. Our grenadiers are through. I don't know why they're chasing this far up. Whoops. I should have pulled them off. Stay here. Hopefully we can draw these cavalry in. What are we using our cannons on? This guy, the foot. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and these guys just got flanked. So they're shattered. Yep, I knew that was going to happen. And they're tired, so they might actually break. And they might get shattered at some point. But hopefully not. They're doing pretty good. 400, almost 500 to 100. Can we get cavalry up here? It might be too late. I should have sent them sooner. We can get... Oh yeah, these guys are still hammering away at us. Let's get the cannons to help out with these. Oh, what happened? They charged? Yeah, they finally charged. Alright, get in there. Help them out. Alright, there we go. Look at that. These guys are such ballers. They just took on 2 cav. Soloed them. Alright, go ahead and get a volley off on those foot so they don't come back. These guys look like they want to come back. Let's make sure they don't. All that's left is this one. Yeah, they routed our musketeers. They're about to lose their Hessians, though. Okay, that means there's somebody else. Yeah, these guys came too. It looks like they're going to come straight to us, so we should be able to finish that off. They're going to rush in, get blasted, and then instantly die. Yep. Alright, that's the battle won. Here we go. 830. That's pretty good. That's enough to buy a good cannon. 20. We have almost 12,000 troops in reserve, so we don't need to worry about that. I think the main thing is food, but less so. I think more so is the money. So let's get dollars and ammo, and we got a bunch of level ups. Perfect. Now, foot troops, we want range, reload, and accuracy, but maybe not in that order. We'll take the reload speed. That's fine. And then same thing here. Accuracy and range would be really good. Combat effectiveness is really good too. Oh crap, that's hard. What do we pick here? Because they're both really good. Range is kind of hard to get, but combat effectiveness would be accuracy and reload at the same time. And melee and all that stuff in charge. Whereas this one would be only accuracy, but we would also pick up the range. I think combat effectiveness probably, since we're already stacking that. We're starting to get some decent items for the cannons, so let's go ahead and upgrade. Oh, wait a second. I didn't realize that was a gun tool. All right, so we can't do that. What's better, the reload or the range? I think the range is probably more important. We'll swap that out. I'd like to catch these guys if we can. Ah, he's too fast. All right, let's go to the town then. We'll just raid it. All right, we can purchase now, so let's go... Oh boy, we can get another Crease veteran, but that would blow most of our money. I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, we'll hold off. We're gonna get units for free anyways. We're gonna get one more once we raid 2 more settlements. There's one right here, so we'll have another person soon, and then it's just one more after that. I'm positive we'll get 1 random unit just from RNG. So, sell a few things. Let's raid this place. We could probably stand to buy a little bit of food. Let's raid. There we go. Making $90 per tick. That's pretty good. We got a good item for one of our cannons. So that's a reload. Go. All right, I want to check these forts. Sometimes they're really easy. Oh, there he is. There he is. Can we catch him? There we go. We got him. 3 cannons. And then a bunch of cav. We've got a nice center hill that we can take. So we'll get positioned up here. Let's see what they look like as they come, and then we'll adjust our line accordingly. I'm not too worried about cover, because we outnumber them so much, and I feel like we're going to be pushing them, and then probably pushing them back. Right, these guys are actually pushing pretty far on the left, so let's just take up a defensive line along the hedgerows. Center line will probably just hold that, and then this line will try and go for more of a flank. Here we go. Let's get everybody in position. We are targeting the veteran musketeers. Do they have a special unit? I don't see one. Yeah, so we should be fine. That's the best unit they have. We'll pick on them. And what I'd like to do is push through hard here in the center, since they don't have any cav. And then we'll get at the weak artillery pieces. The goat lines are shooting. They're still taking their sweet time pushing over here, but that's fine. That means we'll have time to clean this up and then swing our cannons over here. Alright, can we push this up a little farther? Let's do that. Here we go. So our whole line's shooting except for anybody on this left flank, but I don't even know what they're going to do. Let's go and move our units into a better position here and then get some ammo distributed. Yeah, these veteran musketeers do not want to break. Let's start to punch through here, I think. It's going to be hard. They have a lot of overlap here. All right, let's target maybe over here. Let's get these guys out, or this one because they're not in cover. So what I'll probably do since they're in cover, let's just bum rush. So let them get a shot off, and then we'll charge in. Okay, there we go. They have Chevaux de Frise, unfortunately. Yeah, chart. Oh, everybody does. Jeez, these guys do have it as well. Okay, not to worry. We can go for this one instead then. Here we go. We're going to go for this guy. So we'll try and break the center. And then we'll follow up by getting our Cuidadores in their back. There we go. 84. We have 141 charge damage on these guys, which is just insane. Here we go. We still have 40 out of 60 stamina. Let's get these musketeers out as well. There we go. Shattered. We don't want to charge, but I do want to get these guys to turn and lose their cover bonus or whatever you call it. The bracing. So what we'll do is let's turn these. And we're just going to go right on their flank as close as we can. You know what? I'm going to use my general. Just charge them. Whatever. Let's go charge these guys in the back. They can't defend it. Yep, they're retreating. Perfect. These guys broke their formation, so we can go after them now. Charge. And that's all she wrote, I think. We did lose somebody. Oh boy, they're breaking in our back line here. Let's get the cannons to help. Okay, there we go. We gotta focus on these guys. There we go. All of their artillery are gone. Our our grenadiers are cleaning people up. It's funny. Alright, they're pretty exhausted. We'll give them a break. Yeah, 4v1 over here. These guys are shooting at the wrong person. Let's get them turned. And then they should break soon, and then we can turn our cannons on the other. Let's get some shots in these guys. They're almost broken. Almost there. Here we go. These guys should be broke. They should be gone soon. They did a hell of a job, though. 436 kills by themselves is quite a lot. There we go. They're gone. They still got 2 stubborn units over here. Let's turn the cannons. There we go. 1 down. Shattered. And there's the last guy. He's got like 1 or 2 volleys in him and he's gone. Yep, there we go. All right, battle 1. We did take some losses there for sure, but I think it's manageable. So 750, that's not bad. Yeah, only 2,000 losses. That's very, very minimal. Let's keep piling up the cash, I think. We got a level here. So we have combat effectiveness, cover effectiveness, and morale damage. Probably need some accuracy if we can get it. Cover effectiveness. No, dude. Give us something for shooting. There we go. Volley, fire, replace fire by rank. That's really good. And then over here we have the cannons. So we need something to do with cannons. And that is not at all what we want. We could go reload speed, but with cannons, I really don't like messing with it. I'd rather just get the accuracy and range. Oh boy, we're getting screwed here. We could go reload speed. I don't think it's worth it though. I'm just going to skip. We spent a couple hundred gold on it. It's fine. All right, now we got a bunch of stuff to sell soon. And our cannons are able to upgrade here. So the next tier, this adds more cannons, better accuracy, and a little bit less reload speed. But that's a very good upgrade for us. So let's do both of these. And we just need to get to a town where we can actually buy some decent cannons before we swap these guys over. So, but yeah, let's try and get to the fort. Maybe we'll get lucky. This one, entrench. Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one, so let's just get out. There's another one right here. We'll just test it. Here we go. Yep, this is the one I was looking for. The fort redoubts are unmanned, so we would skip that. We can get a line infantry for reserves. If we can get a doctrine out of this, it'd be worth it. But the problem is it's probably going to cost us a lot of time and a lot of our resources. Don't really want to do that. 1,800 reservists for line infantry is pretty good. Palatine muskets, that's a good one too. Yeah, I think that was a good trade. Go. All right, back to work. We got to get to town. We got quite a bit of stuff to sell here. I don't know if they have money. Yeah, not quite. All right, I don't want to start buying items yet other than cannons, so I'm going to save it. I will stock up on food though, because it's cheap here. And then we need to raid one more town, so let's go ahead and raid. All right, here we go. Winter's coming soon. There's a raid, and we got our creased grenadiers. So we are completely full. All right, here's the grenadiers. So Prince Grenadier, and so these are regular grenadiers. That's fine. Yeah, these are not the special unit. But what we can do is let's put them in the same unit at least. So that's done. We need to dismantle the slums still though, and I think they were mostly over here. So yeah, we're coming up to it. This is going to give us our frontline doctrine. So let's clear these out as fast as we can, and then I think we should probably start hunting those tough battles. Oh yeah, here we go. There's one right down there. But let's take the small battles in between. it should be pretty easy. So we'll move up here on the left flank. We'll try and occupy the town so they don't get it. Second group right there. Third group can fall back to maybe the road. We'll get cannons somewhere in here. And then our melee push horse in reserve. We got our front line set up. These guys, I think what we'll do is we'll leave our flank vulnerable so we can get them to attack again, and then we'll collapse on them. So we'll keep this high ground, bait them into attacking right here. Let's get our reserves. Actually, we've got quite a few reserves here. Cannons. All right, we're starting to get bombarded here. Yeah, can't wait till we have legit cannons and we can just blast these guys. Here we go. All right, cannons are ready. Let's see. They missed their first volley. Don't miss yours, please. Go, and they missed. I don't know what is up with this game. Sometimes it does that. Like they automatically miss their first volley, but it definitely doesn't happen all the time. And they're targeting our general. All right, let's get back. Who are we going to target here? We need to target the best unit they got. Highland Veteran Foot is pretty good. Highland Grenadier actually would be maybe even better. Okay, here we go. It's going down now. Where do we want our cavalry? If we can break their line, they have no backup. They've got nothing. So why don't we try and get our Prince George Grenadiers here. We'll get them to push through. We'll follow with Cuirassier like usual. Yep, here they come. They're going to fold around. And then we're going to just collapse on them. So they have a lot of units here that we can take advantage of. And I think let's target the unit that we've been softening up with our artillery. Dude, they have Chevaux. No, they have spikes. Yeah, let's not do that. Switch targeting to this. Switch your targeting or your positioning here. There we go. And they just got a volley off. Let's go ahead and blast them. Okay, yep, they're going for it. So they're going to start attacking our front line. Let's go ahead and get more help here. All right, here we go. Grenadiers are out. And we are in their back line. Let's roll up the front. We'll use the cav to get all the way back. And we'll use these guys to clean up. Those are veteran foots too, so they're pretty tough. All right, we're getting charged here by some grenadiers. Can we target them? We don't have a volley ready, unfortunately. All right, let's go ahead and send more bodies into there. All right, you got one group down. Go for the other, the one that's almost ready, done reloading. There you go. Switch. All right, we got it. Their cannons are all down. There's our our Prince George Grenadiers chasing the Highland Veteran Foot. We'll let them finish them off because I don't want them coming back. And there we go. We sent the Grenadiers packing. Let's start targeting this right side because they do have a lot of units over here still. All right, we did lose somebody. We lost our Musketeers. Let's get our commander over here to help. Bavarian Musketeers look like they're going to wipe out the units that are charging us, the Highlanders. So let's get these guys in to reinforce my Musketeers. They're way ahead on the kills, so they're doing good. Let's also send our cav in the back here. All right, are you guys done? We're still chasing, but those guys still potentially will recover and come back in, so we don't want that. All right, get back. You did a very good job, Musketeers. Let's have them reinforced or relieved by these Saxon recruits. Can we get some cannon support over here? Actually, no, we still need over here. They have 4 units over here still. Everybody's shooting except for these guys. Let's get them flipped. Right, they're retreating. Perfect. Yeah, this right side's going to fall pretty quickly. There's another one retreating. 2 left. Imperial Cuirassier, let's get them over here. Oh wow, this guy's got like 6 units firing at him. There's no way he can sustain that. 0 chance. Right, these guys are still going. What are we doing? They're hanging in there, that's for sure. What the heck, man? We should be gone. Let's see if we can get these guys to shoot. There we go. Yeah, they're gonna fall. All right, so let's focus back over here. Yeah, they're starting to pile up the bodies now. There they go. Now they're getting chipped down. But these are veteran musketeers, so that's going to take even longer. Let's focus them down. All right, they're charging in. We're going to mass charge with everything we have here. Oh my god. No, no, no. Charge. I hit the wrong button. Yeah, they're going to... They are melting. Holy crap. Yep, they got smashed. All right, that was a pretty good battle. Another 750 in the bank. We're up to 5k, so we're doing pretty good on that. I think everything here looks good. Let's go for a conscript. Replace the ones that we just lost. And there we go. That's what we need is the XP. And we'll just keep stacking the charge damage here on our grenadiers. So they're up to 116. But pretty much everything we put is subtracting accuracy. You can see we got 4, 2, and 6. So we're like minus 12 accuracy there because of that. And the bayonet. That's right. We need to get to a town that has cannons. That's our next goal. These are big ones. So these should have a foundry. But we need to get the slums as well along the way. I'm not going to chase this guy if he's running. Yeah, he's probably running. We'll get him later. Let's just pick up our objectives. All right, local rumor. We can reveal all encounters on the map or all villages. Probably all villages. I don't really care about the encounters as much right now. There we go. All right, this guy actually wants to fight. We have 25,000 troops. He's got 11,000. So I don't know what he was so excited about. So we're just going to do a pretty straightforward battle here. We outnumber them by so much. Let's still play it smart though. They've got veteran musketeers and grenadiers. Let's get the grenadiers first because they could tear up our front line if they do actually charge. But we'll deal with that. They don't have any cannons, so we don't need to rush anything. Let's just get fire superiority over them. And then we'll start charging in. We've got some grenadiers here. You know what? I wonder if we can get some of our grenades off. If we can get... wait for them to shoot and reload, and then we'll sneak out there, get a volley or two off with the grenades, and then we'll back behind our line. All right, here we go. Yeah, these guys are just tearing them up. Look at that. Almost dead. All right, grenadiers got their volley off. Let's get up there. So how far? Let's get 2 of those. There we go. Get the other one off too. Oh wow, that was a lot. 80. Not bad. And then get back behind cover. Almost shattered him. And we took a pretty big volley though. Yeah. That's the hard part, is dealing with the volley. But anyways, we shattered him. Alright, who's next? Maybe British foot? Probably not. Yeah, I guess they will have to be because there's nobody else. Alright, our Prince Georges are getting kind of restless. Let's get them maybe over here to counter these cav. And we'll start marching down the middle. So we got them split in 2. Yeah, I probably could have flanked a lot better in this one, but I don't know. Being a little lazy on these smaller battles. Not necessarily a good thing. Alright, why are these guys getting outmatched so badly? Wow. Are they... Maybe they're meant to be in melee. Palatine Musketeer. Usually Musketeers are for shooting, though. Alright, let's get them back. Veteran foot. So they're just outmatched. Probably equipment and skill-wise. So let's get these guys back before they get zeroed out. It's okay. Good thing we got reserves. We'll target them with cannons. And we'll start going down the line. Alright, I mean, we're definitely winning. It's just... not what I thought it was going to be. I thought we were going to mow these guys over. But they do have some very high quality troops. And they are British. The British troops are tough. They are very tough. There we go. There's another one gone. This veteran foot's about to break. Especially with the cannons all over him. Alright, here we go. Let's get these muskets in there further. There's another group down. Alright, they're charging. We've got grenadiers here. Backup musketeers. Let the grenadiers do their thing. And they just shredded them. Perfect. That's exactly what they're for. And then actually we have another one coming in. Let's get ready for that. Go ahead and counter charge. Okay, that looks good. And we did get charged by Cav. Let's help them out. Oh, they're gonna break. Yep, they're gonna break. You get in there. We've got more dragoons coming in. Oh crap. I don't think these recruits can handle it. Oh, nice. They hit water. Just countercharge with everybody. Yeah, they're getting smoked, but that's all right. We have the numbers, so eventually we'll just weigh them down. There's not much they can do about it. All right, cannons, let's pick these Hessians off. Finish this battle off. This was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. There we go. So we're back up over 5k. We lost 3,000. I think we'll just keep conscripting. We're not running low on this other stuff, so let's just make sure we have the manpower. All right, I see some good upgrades here. One of our leaders just hit the last tier. Hopefully we get a good one. So this is going to be the melee. We want melee and charge damage. Cavalry accuracy and reload. That's useless. We don't want to subtract charge. Let's re-roll it once. Melee damage and morale damage. Actually, that is probably even better. Yeah, because when they charge people, they do a lot of morale damage. So that'll make them break even sooner. Now, a couple people did hit tier 5, didn't they? Or no? No, we're still... Yeah, this guy, actually. But we already have a few Palatine. Let's go this route, the Wittenberg. All right, let's get to town and see if we can get some cannons here. Oh, of course. They have a gunsmith. Let's see if they have the sniper rifle, the Jaeger. They do actually have a Jaeger. Did they nerf the Jaeger? I mean, it still seems good, but not nearly as good. I feel like they've nerfed the range by quite a bit. I'm not 100% sure on that, but either way, we're going to take it and then sell off some junk. Now that we want to put on our Creased Veteran Musketeers. Those are our best shooters right now, I think. So we'll toss that on. All right, no cannons there. Let's keep moving. We need to dismantle slums still, though. Man, yeah, I want to get the slums. We need to go back and take out that encamped army. 16,000 troops, so we still outnumber them. But I would feel much better if we had our cannons. Here we go. We took a loss, but that's fine. Actually, how many slums do we need? We need 3 more. Yeah, that's tough. All right, let's just go to this town first. See if we can just at least locate. We'll take that fight first. Make some money off of these guys. What do they have? Prussians, a lot of grenadiers. Here we go. So we pushed up to the river here. I don't know what we're going to do, if we'll cross or not. I'll probably try and cross on this side. We've loaded up our melee troops on the right flank. They do have a handful of cavalry we got to watch out for. They don't have any cannons, so they kind of have to come to us. All right, let's let them get a shot off, and then we're going to push in hard. Got 2 sets of grenadiers here as well. And then we'll try and flank a little wider with the Württemberg. Here we go. Time to go. Let's get the cuirassiers in there. All right, everything's looking good here. Cannons. Yeah, target the one in the river that's like half dead already. Perfect. And they're charging us. What the heck? That was a huge mistake. Look at that. 600 kills to only 47 losses. That is wild. All right, these cav look like they're going to charge us. And here they come. I'm totally fine with that. Let's countercharge. Oh, they already died. These guys are so insane. So crazy. All right, let's keep going, flanking behind them. We'll use the grenadiers just to sweep behind. I don't want to charge back across the river, but we just want to get some units behind them. Sounds like we're getting charged. Yep. Veteran musketeers are coming in. Charge them here. Get back up. Keep an eye on our cuirassier. All right, we'll put Württemberg over here to stop anybody from chasing. Yep, here they come. Get Prince George on these guys. They're trying to charge. And there you go. Instantly shattered. Jesus, these guys have 1,000 kills already. Yeah, this is much, much better. All right, what are our cannons doing? Target the musketeers, please. Oh, did we charge into the water? Oh yeah, because we're chasing them back. All right, let's help these guys out. Just finish them off. They do have cav back here still. All right, converge fusiliers. Let's get them out of here. I don't want to prolong this anymore. Let's go. Also, we'll charge these grenadiers. Yep, they're gone. All right, routed. They have a few units over here still. Let's get the cannons. We should be able to push them back. And yeah, those Hessian cavalry came in. That's what I was worried about. Pull them off of our grenadiers. Yeah, 1,432 kills, 180 losses. That's a good ratio. All right, we're just dealing with this last group of Hessian cav. They are really not wanting to go down. Holy crap. There we go. About 800 this time. Yeah, there's a few things in there we can use. But let's replace our losses. There we go, we got a decent one. So plus 10% range. We'll take that on our infantry. And then on our cannons. Don't do this again, please. Accuracy, we'll take that. Accuracy and range, though. Shoot. They're both very important. I don't really care about giving up the melee, so I'm really just... Is it worth an extra 5% accuracy or the 5% range? I feel like the accuracy is always going to be the most important thing, so we'll take that. All right, please have cannons here. They do. They have a foundry. All right, now we're in business. What do we want to buy here? They've got the Lycorn. Yeah, 12-pound Lycorn. They've got a 12-pound bronze howitzer. This could be an interesting one. They don't have the late-game cannons that I was hoping for, though. Yeah, there's no Geschwindstück or Liechtenstein or whatever other ones they have. Let's go for howitzers. We've kind of already committed to that for now until we get the late-game cannons. So this is going to cost us a little over 3 grand. And now we need to upgrade these guys. So let's get the cannons going. They're almost ready for the next upgrade already, so that's good. One battle, I think, and then both of these guys should be able to get up. So let's throw cannons on both, and then upgrade this small cannon that we have. Another Jaeger rifle here. We'll take that. And then there's a lot of stuff to sell. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and throw that on. Let's see, our Kreis veteran, they already have the Jaegers. We want it probably on a Palatine Musketeer. No, their aim is terrible. Maybe these guys, the Bavarians. 56, that puts them at 73, and we got another achievement. So equip 10 regiments with good or excellent primary or secondary weapons. So there we go. It's another achievement down. We just need to get to Act 3 without hiring anybody, which we've already done. We just need to get to Act 3. And then we've got that one, and then we need to finish Act 3, and we get another one after that. So not too shabby. All right, let's sell a few things that we don't need. And then we'll get back to the campaign. All right, goal now. Let's get our frontline focus doctrine, which means we need to clear out these slums. There's 2 over here. Let's go do those. All right, there's one of the armies. So do we want to fight it? 19,750. We still have time. We could technically come back and do it, but it's going to be a waste of time to come back. So I think I'd rather just attack it right now. And another doctrine would be really nice to have. So how many cannons? They've got 3. I don't see any other ones. So yeah, 3 cannons. Kind of a lot of cav, actually. We got to be careful with this. They might be trying to flank. Yeah, this is a serious army. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to use this little village, this farming area. We'll set up our defenses. Oh boy. Yeah, get our supply train back there. All right. These guys should already be set up. Perfect. So now let's set up our defense. So what I'd like to do is get them to push into us. We'll hold the defensive terrain here if we can. And then we'll try to push through at a point, probably with our melee. Let's keep our formations nice and tight here. We don't have room for everybody, so what I'm going to do is keep some of these guys back as reserves. I know we have some reserves here, but these guys are mostly going to be used to push. Or, let's see, what we could do is we could sneak them out one of the sides once they commit, and then we can start pushing that way. That could also be an option. Okay, so here's what we're up against. Let it play out slowly here. So, I'm just making sure we have good terrain accuracy here on our cannons. Yep, 100%. We don't want to lose terrain accuracy. They were at 90% up here, so... Alright, they should be charging in, and they're going to hit the frontage right here first, and then they'll start to slowly swing these ways. So what I'd like to do is maybe put some guys on the flank, 2 on each flank, and then we can sneak them out and try and push them back at that point. Let's get our cuirassiers ready, our 2 grenadier regiments. We'll get them ready to break straight through the middle, because they almost never have reserves other than cav. They will keep a unit of cav or 2 in the back, but I'm not really concerned about cav against our grenadiers, our Prince Georg grenadiers. So let's speed this up till they get in range. So cannons, I'm really curious to see how much damage these things do. All right, here we go. They're missing all their shots. Swing and a miss. They all missed. Like, what is that, man? Oh my god. Look what they did to our general. Jeez Louise, they cut him in half. Alright, let's start targeting one at a time. Let's push down the middle. We'll punch this through, punch a hole through this as best we can. Who's not paying attention? You need to pay attention, dude. There you go. All right, all four. We'll try and wipe those musketeers out, and then whatever's left we'll push through hard. What are these cannons doing? 59 kills, 15. Yeah, it's fine. Not too impressed with these howitzers. They're very expensive for the amount of damage that they're doing right now. Maybe they need to be closer. Now they're getting some damage in. I feel like my low tier cannon is doing better. Look at that, 115. This guy has 25 kills, 70 and 68. They're all behind. Why is this one so much better? Is it the accuracy? So they have 20 accuracy. These have 20 accuracy. What? 20 accuracy. Weird. Yeah, that's really strange. Well, we'll see what they're doing by the end of the battle. Hopefully they are going to make up for it, because that's kind of odd. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, they just got a hole ripped in them. Look at that, 638. All right, one of these guys had to have done it. Yep, there they go. They're catching up a little bit, but still, look at that, 250 kills on the cheap cannon. I'm wondering if they're not high enough tier to use these, because I think the more expensive equipment you're using, you need to have better people on it. All right, that musketeer unit is basically dead. Yeah, they're gonna charge in, waste their life. So I like doing half circles like this, because they end up doing this stuff where they attack the center and then it takes them forever to get up here on the flank. So my cannons are shooting at them the entire time. Oh, we need to counter chart. Can you click on the thing, please? Man, I am like missing my clicks here. There we go. Get those hussars out of here. Yep, as soon as they touched, they got shredded. All right, let's get back. Get behind the fence. So we'll just play porcupine right now. Get behind the fence. So we'll just play porcupine right now. So whatever cannons shoot at, they get 1 or 2 volleys and they're pretty much gone. So let's switch our focus over here next, I think. They have some grenadiers. Yeah, I don't see any need to come out of our shell. We could maybe get a few shots in here. Let's get these guys spread out a little bit. That's fine, I don't mind doing a little more. All right, we're getting charged again. Counter charge. And yeah, those dragoons are not going to last too long. It might even be better if I charge first with the Prince Georg Grenadiers before the Musketeers. I think that would make even more sense. All right, cannons are shooting at fleeing units. Let's not do that. Let's focus on maybe over here the Grenadiers. Get back. Get back, Grenadiers. Yep, they're charging. But these guys need to chill for a second, unfortunately. So let's use our coup de sueur. All right, go ahead and charge. I'm gonna have my Grenadiers take over the cheap ones, not the expensive ones. So the Crease Grenadiers can take the place of these Saxon Musketeers, because they're just getting chewed up. These Prussian Grenadiers are brutal. No, they don't. Their morale is not dipping at all. All right, what can we do to help? So this side I feel like is probably okay. This left side might need a little help. Let's try and dislodge some of these units. Maybe these musketeers. All right, one of our units went down. Let's get some help over here. Go, get back, get back, get back, get back. There we go. We're getting charged again. We've got reserves. Let's get the reserves up to help. We have another set of reserves right here. Let's switch them out. Actually, I don't like how this is looking. Yeah, these guys are getting hammered. All right, go ahead and charge. Just get them off our line. And then you guys can take out the Grenadiers. I think these are recruits. I don't think we need to help on that side. Let's actually get these Crease Musketeers out. They are shredding this right side. All right. What do we need to do differently here? What can we do? We can throw some cannon fire over here to relieve some pressure. These foot guards are just menacingly shooting at us. So that's not good. Don't think we can get these land mules back. Nope, they're off the map. We're getting charged again. Let's countercharge. Horse Grenadiers. Dude, these guys are not at all getting scratched. Yeah, they're doing very well against us, unfortunately. There we go. Veteran foot's down. That's good. Let's spread out and get some shots on these foot guards. Oh boy. Yeah, we're getting chewed up pretty bad on this right side. Everywhere else, I feel like we're okay. Oh, what happened? I forgot to pull him back. Oh, crap. Oh, they're on their own. I can't really do anything for him now. We could send the Cretus Steward to help. Why don't we do that? We have a hole in our line now. Let's plug that. Foot guards are almost gone, so cannons are doing a good job here. These guys need to get out. They're going to get zeroed. Oh, dude, those cannons. That was bad. All right, let's charge. I need to get these guys out. Yeah, get out, get out, get out. If they go down too low, they're going to get zeroed. I definitely can't afford that. There we go. One down. Now we got to get the foot. The hussars are down. All right, how are we doing here? These musketeers are still not going anywhere. I don't know what these guys are smoking. Let's get another charge on them. Okay, cannons. Let's swing over here and wipe out these little units that are still pestering. This side's mostly self-contained. I don't think we need to do much there. We still have to get at their cannons, though. They've probably... Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. I did it again. I did it again. They went off chasing. Yep, they're gonna get smoked. Jesus. Okay, can I retreat? Yeah, retreat. Yeah, that's why you gotta be very careful when you give charge commands. Are they still chasing these guys? Are you kidding me? They're chasing a dead unit. You bastards. Right, these guys need to just sit in the back. I can't have them. I can't afford to lose them, so... Yeah, this is a tough fight. Wow. Alright, we got grenadiers in the front still. They are really pushing hard in the center here. Let's just give everything we've got. We'll have a backup line here just in case we lose that front. Let's clear the back. These guys are very weak. I think 1 or 2 volleys each and they'll go down. We could probably start to swing these guys out. Are we... Yeah, we're still okay here, so I'm just gonna keep focusing. These guys are not okay, actually. Nope, they're gonna charge it right now. We're gonna lose that. Shoot. Yeah, we're gonna lose that. I can't do anything about it. No, they're another shattered unit. Can't do anything. It's these you know, the cav, I will tell you this. The cav are way better in this patch. Significantly better. They actually provide a legitimate threat. They're gone, but they'll be back. Alright, can we maybe do some damage to these cannons? They are doing some pretty serious damage to us. Getting charged again. And we got him this time, though. Alright, 1 cannon down. Perfect. Finish these foot. Actually, no, you know what? Finish the cannons. There's another cannon over here. We can target these. Yep. No, you're targeting the wrong one. Okay, I think we have the battle under control now. That was messy. Wow. So we've got a lot of work to do here still on improving our army. And me improving my commanding skills, because I thought we were doing okay. But what I should have done, instead of having these units on the flanks, is I should have had more spread out for reserves. Yeah, the only thing that saved us was having reserves. But we could have done better if we did spread our reserves out better. Right, this cannon's just about done. Again with these freaking hussars, dude. Go away. Jesus. They're so annoying. But they are charging grenadiers that are fully braced, so whatever. Oh, nice. We got both of them at once. Right, now if we can shatter that artillery piece, I would be eternally grateful. So I don't really want to move too much here because we do have very good defensive positions on this side. Yeah, we're not really getting much damage on that artillery. There we go. 2 more down. I'm gonna go after these guys, whatever. And then let's turn and take these guys out on the left. Right, that's it. That should be it once we clear these guys out. 1 more volley. Yep, got it. All right, that was a hell of a fight, man. We better get a good doctrine out of this because we lost a lot from that. But we definitely need to do casualties restored because we lost a lot of people there. So take that, and then what do we got? Campaign. This is all junk. Let's re-roll it. Combat effectiveness. Oh, you can stack them. Interesting. The downside here is army XP gain minus 10%, but we already have most of our units at least at mid-tier, if not maxed, so I think it's probably okay. Let's take another 5% combat effectiveness. Oh man, look at that. Yeah, we lost a lot of people there, but we're still okay. Yeah, we're still intact. Well, we got to recover after that, so let's just focus on slums. There's 2 here, and then we need to head south and get the last one. All right, we got another one of these where we're going to take a bunch of losses. Yep, 5% attrition. Love it. All right, it's winter time. We're almost back up to full strength, so maybe 2 more days and we'll be there. All encounters or all villages. We already paid for all of the rumor or all the villages. Yeah, let's just pay for all the encounters. That's fine. So we need to get 1 more slum, and there's 2 in the south, so we need to head south. We've got some upgrades here. Do we want Saxon Musketeer or do we want the Grenadier? So Württemberg, we can get a Württemberg Grenadier, Saxon Musketeer. Well, we have more than one Saxon Musketeer here anyways. Why don't we just go with the Grenadier? We'll wait 1 more level because these guys are going to hit 5 next anyways. The Landmühles. Let's get a Palatine Grenadier next out of them. And our artillery's ready for the next level. And let's start buying some of the excellent quality items that we're going to keep. Those will be good until the end of the game. There we go. All right, this town we don't need to mess with. Let's just keep going south, get the slums. And then maybe we'll try and do 1, maybe 2. We might be able to do 2 more of the big battles and get more doctrines. Ooh, nice. This one we can rig the game. We'll take up extra cash. There's our fire damage received reduction, except for flank. We'll take increased flanking damage, but that shouldn't really be a problem. I don't think we're going to get flanked all that often. So there's that encamped army back there. There might be another one down here, or it could be up here, potentially. So, all right, what would be the best option here? We could go raid these villages. We could muster for a little bit so we can get more troop replenishment. We could try and finish some of these encounters. I think the best option is probably to go get this encounter. But if we can get the 3rd one even, if we can find it along the way, that would be even better. So let's try and do that. Let's see if we can find out where it is. All right, there's an army that wants to fight. Dude's got less than half of what we have, and he's just going in gung-ho. So we'll oblige. All right, in this one, let's try to take the high grounds here. So there's one there, a small one there, and another one over here. And then we'll also get up there with our cannons. And then we'll use our melee troops to reinforce over here. And depending on where they go, we'll shift our troops around. So ideally, I'd like them to commit to one side, and then we'll flank with whatever. So if they commit in the center, we can just go on both. If they commit to the right, we'll move our left around to catch up. Looks like they're going to go down the middle because they don't have enough troops. So maybe we'll just start marching over here. And then let's go 2 lines there. This group, we can just... we'll stretch it out a little bit. Let's get our cannons back here safely. And then, like I said, we've got the real firepower back here as well if we need to push up. All right, there we go. So we've got the high ground. They are definitely going to try to flank, so we need to move quickly. Let's get over here, secure this right flank. For sure, they're just going to ignore this left side, so we're going to flank all the way around and go after their cannons early this time. These guys should be just fine right where they are. I think what we'll do is maybe put these guys back here to plug the gap. I don't think they'll go for it, but if they do, we'll have somebody ready. Let's get our Württemberg Musketeers on the fence, and then our 2 Grenadiers will start pushing down. All right, let's wipe out these Grenadiers first if we can. There's only 1,000 in there. It might even make sense to go after the Cav, because they're brutal. They've been kind of tough to deal with. But anyways, these Grenadiers are wide open. They have no cover, so that's a pretty easy target. We'll take them out. All right, here we go. We've got their flank. Let's start working our way over. They are starting to approach with Cav, so we got to be careful here. All right, cannons. They're still working on the Grenadiers. They're going to just charge straight in, it looks like. So that should be an easy kill. Yeah, they're just going to march straight down. Does anybody have a... Nope, we don't have a cannon ready. So they're just going to get in here. Yeah, that's not pretty. We're getting more kills than they are. No, not anymore. They're going to need help. Let's get our own Grenadiers over there. Let's get their secondary Grenadiers to go up the flank, followed by the Cuirassiers. Okay, what is taking these guys so long, dude? What are you doing? Yeah, they're stuck in the water. So I just took like 1/5 of my army out of the battle completely. That was a really bad move. I should have flanked closer, because that just took way too damn long. Right, Highland Grenadiers, they're not wanting to get off. Let's charge them and make sure they get off. Get out. Right, they're charging us. Charge them. Countercharge with both. Right, don't go out there and get chewed up like you did last time. There you go. Those guys are already retreating. Let's push up with our muskets. Oh, and shattered. Alright, we're starting to threaten their flank here finally and get after their cannons. Alright, let's just make sure these cav aren't going to completely shred our right flank. So I'm going to stay back a little bit. Dude, these cannons. Holy crap, they're just tearing us up. Can we counter battery? Because this is not going well. Yeah, 148 kills on that one. Let's actually target this one instead. See if we can get some good damage on him. Alright, here we go. Get up there. This guy's way behind. Alright, we need to push up. Should get these guys turned and shooting, because they're... I don't know what they're doing. Alright, what about our right flank? What do we got going on here? Yeah, they're still pushing. Let's get back. This is annoying. Let's just get back. Stay behind our cannon cover. Alright, we are getting charged again. Come on, get a volley off. Get a volley off. You have one loaded. Get a volley off, please. Please, 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 please. There you go. Point blank. Well, that helped a little bit at least. But those are grenadiers versus musketeers. That's not going to go well. Let's get our Crease veterans in there. They charged... Oh, dude, they charged our musketeers. We're holding our own, though, so that's good. We need to get in there and deal some damage to the cannons. Let's get up there. Okay, that's dealt with. Highland Grenadiers. We should be fine there. Let's get our cannons on these Brunswick. Yeah, they're going for a wide flank. We got to be careful here. I think we'll just hold the line then with cav and support. Here we go. Musketeers are in range. Oh, are these guys gonna... They're gonna come out of their thing here. Let's make sure they don't. Yeah, they're about to recover from morale loss. There we go. Let's make sure they don't. Alright, we put some damage on the field artillery. They're down. Let's go ahead and push. Get another one. Okay, there we go. Dealt with. These Jaegers are not going away, man. I can't shoot them. We need to get our cav involved. Let's get them over there. Yep, they charged with cav, but they charged into grenadiers. So that's good. And then their other cav already got smoked. I didn't even see it. Let's get up there and charge. They got Highland Grenadiers coming back for more. Let's target them with our cannons. Yeah, we got one that's got a volley ready. Come on, put it to them. Nope, they missed. Oh, that was a good hit. 84 to 100. Yeah, they just got 50 kills in one cannon shell. Alright, their Jaegers are down. Alright, let's keep targeting the cannons. They have so many cannons. Actually, we can get in there with our cuirassiers. They're pretty much opened up. They flanked us. I'm very impressed with how much better the AI is. I mean, it was decent before. I don't want to say it was bad, but it is definitely harder now. It's gotten much better. There we go. There's another cannon down. That might actually be it. They've got one more unit up here. Yeah, the Grenadiers. So we'll clean that out. And then that should be game. Nope, they have units alive right here. Okay, let's clean these guys up. We'll flank them from the rear, and that should be the last of it. Nope, these cav came back. Dude, their morale is crazy. Alright, can we get some shots on him, actually? Not really. Yeah, that guy buckled. Alright, we just need to get our stamina back. Let's stop moving for a few minutes. And then we'll deal with these cav. We should be in range here with cannons now. He's going for it. Look at that. He's just charging our cav. So he's going to run into quite a few volleys here, it looks like. Yep, they're dead. Okay, not too bad. We didn't take that many losses, actually, but yeah, they did catch me off guard a couple times. And yeah, let's get our reservists back up. Here we go. A bunch of people upgraded. So we've got a musketeer at 5. This was the one that we wanted to go with, the veteran musketeer, so we'll do that. One of these will be the veteran or the grenadier, and then everybody else. I'd rather have the musketeers over the grenadiers. So, although I say that, and most of the damage we take is from getting charged. So maybe we should be going for the other way around. We've got artillery upgrade. Perfect. Yeah, we're still waiting on a couple of the other ones. All right, again, back to the task. We're going to try and make our way down here and find that other big army. Go. All right, I didn't spot the other army, so I don't know where they are, but we are coming up to this one. All right, I think, well, this one's a lot smaller than the other one, so we should be able to handle this one no problem. Although I say that, we got to be real careful still. We've got 2 cannons, 3 cannons, and a handful of cav. All right, I can't really see a whole lot of options here. I don't want to race to get to the cover over here, so we're going to stay in the back, let them come. We'll shoot them out in the open. There's a lot of open terrain right here, and we have at least a little bit of defense if we take the hedgerows and whatever else they've got here. So we've got our 4 cannons concentrated in the center, and then our defenses will go outward from there. I'm going to get these set up. We'll come back when they're getting close. Here we go. So we've taken up position in all the hedgerows and everything. Let's get this guy in the back here. I don't think they'll push here, but this will be our reserves, but kind of like a backup reserve, or in a safety position just in case they try and push. Now, that's not really a good target. Let's get our cav up there. Hopefully before they get all their units up here, we can clear them out maybe. Switch targeting here. Let's go for the veteran musketeer. Crap, they have a unit there already. It's not good. We could take the volley on the chin. I don't think it's worth it though. Let's see what they do. If this guy gets a volley off, we'll go. We'll just deal with charging 2 units instead of just the 1. Nope, they're gonna go in front. So, all right, let's back up. Actually, this is the target right here. Yeah, these guys are wide open. What are they doing? Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. Very interesting strategy. All right, so we'll destroy this guy, and then I need to get these cuirassiers ready to go. Yep, there we go. One more push. There we go. Go get these guys. Actually, wait. They still have a volley coming up. Oh, we need to just go. Whatever. There we go. Shattered. Let's go ahead and switch. Red coat recruits. We don't need to worry about recruits. Oh, we got him. We caught him. Perfect. Get back, get back. Only 30 losses. Oh my god, what did we just get hit by? Holy crap, something just destroyed us. And we're getting pursued here. We're gonna get killed. Yeah, I can't really do anything about it. Just go. Oh my god. What the hell? What are you doing? What the hell was that, man? How did my unit go from like 600 down to 171 in 2 seconds? Okay, whatever. I'm gonna speed this up. I don't want to play this right now, to be honest. That was absurd. And if we lose him, because he looks like he's really low, if we lose that, I might be done with this campaign. That just absolutely pissed me off. Right. What do we need to do here? Middle. They're not gonna take that. Let's put some fire over here on the foot guards. We might need to swap these guys out soon, so let's get ready. Everywhere else looks like it's alright. I don't have cav. I was gonna push cav through to try and take out some of these artillery, but that's not possible now. These guys are getting shredded. Completely shredded. Alright, that's not gonna work. Let's get out there and push them off. Where's our Prince George? Prince Georg? Get over here, dudes. And then we've got some grenadiers, the secondary grenadiers that can help as well. Can you show me the blue line where you're gonna go, please? Oh my god, why are you not doing it? Okay, go to the line and start shooting at something, please. These are gonna crash. They're gonna crack here because we've got 4 artillery shooting at them. Alright, there you go. Red coats are gone, but those are useless troops. Damn, I can't believe our cav just got shredded like that. I have a feeling if you try to back out from being charged, they can cycle, like that charge damage just gets multiplied. There's probably some spaghetti code that screws up and just causes the damage to go haywire, because that made absolutely no sense at all. There we go. They're cracked. We're going to keep going, I think, because these guys have, yeah, they have earthworks. I don't want them to get their earthworks set up again. There we go. Very high value target there. Alright, we can't afford to run because if these cav chase us, I don't want to have that happen again where the game bugs out and just instantly shreds our best units. So let's not take the chance. These guys are going to crack, unfortunately. I should have swapped them out already. Alright, go ahead. Alright, let's get some shots on their cannons. Looks like we already got one routed. There we go, they're gone. Let's get these Saxon muskets back. So they need some relief. What is going on over here? Saxon musketeer, they just got routed by the Hanoverian. Let's get these land mules over there to replace. Alright, we need to target better with our cannons. I'm missing a lot. There we go, they're gone, they're gone. Perfect. They still have British foot here. Yeah, get them out. Get them out of here, please. Let's replace the front line here. So we've got Landmühles and we've got the Württemberg. They can both take their place. Right side's completely empty now. We should be pushing. Let's get up there. Is there a cannon? Yeah, there's a cannon up here. We should be pushing. Let's go do that. They do have some units coming back to life, so we got to be careful of that. These guys are hanging on for dear life somehow. Let's get our general up here so that our units don't flee. And then we're punching a hole through the Landmühles. There they go. But our next recruits will go on their own. You get out of here, British foot. These guys aren't even good at melee. How are they surviving so long? Yeah, they've got a lot of plus morale. Look at that. That's pretty crazy. Oh, and our general died. What? He still has 90 troops. He should recover before he gets to the edge of the map, though. Alright, get back. Please don't chase and then get murdered. Yeah, let's just chill here for a sec. Cannons need to do their job. Let's get these veteran foots out of here. Here we go. Go support. Go support, please. Nope, 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 nope. I just want you to shoot. Alright, there we go. Our general came back. Let's save these Württemberg. We just get routed by redcoats. I think we did. They're the only ones here. That's funny. There we go. Yeah, they have a lot of units coming back. So we'll have to deal with that. There we go. Another unit down. No, dude, I told you to shoot the artillery. Why are you shooting fleeing units? That is very strange. I definitely clicked on that. And they're shooting at these guys for some reason. Alright, how are we doing on the cannons? And then these British foot are they're gonna flee any second now. Should have probably gotten this guy out shooting sooner. But I did not have the mental bandwidth to handle that. So pretty good. There was definitely some jank going on there with our cav getting destroyed, but that's right. Aside from that, I think this went pretty well. All right, take out the musketeers. You can shoot at the artillery. What do we have left? No, that's it. It's just the artillery. Let's dogpile these two units. There we go. Oh man, that was stressful. Yeah, so I guess moral of the story, if your unit gets hit, don't click back to retreat, just click the retreat button. I should have done that instead, but it's definitely a bug. You should not be losing your entire force just to that. I'm gonna have to take conscript, right? Because we don't have barely enough to replace that, and also we need the casualty replenishment, and hopefully we don't lose those units. So what are we gonna do here? Campaign movement speed, I couldn't care less about. Reload or ammo consumption. Artillery move speed and reload speed. I don't care about the move speed, but the reload speed would be nice. I think let's take ammunition consumption. I think that's probably a better one. Oh, they survived. They survived. All right, our cav made it. Damn, that was close. All right, what is this? Iron skull cap. Melee damage received minus stamina. That's a new item. We've got some general upgrades here. So let's try to get some... Ooh, fire damage received minus 10%. That's pretty good. Because we already have a 10% reduction, actually. So that would be 20%, but just for this one group. I think it's worth it, though. And then for our cannons, let's go for accuracy or range. So accuracy and reload would be combat effectiveness. I think that's worth it. We'll take legendary. And then we finally got our grenadier upgrade for the Saxons. So there we go. They're not going to get pushed around so easily now, hopefully. Couple other upgrades. It looks like we still need some time on most everybody else though. Right, this one can go tier 5. Yep, and then these two. This one can go to the next level. Sweet. We should see some more performance out of our cannons, I think. All right, we need to heal up a little faster, so why don't we sit and muster for a second? Yeah, that is actually kind of cool. All right, it does burn our money though, but it's not like we need it though, so not a big deal. All right, so game plan at this point, I think we need to try to find where that third army is. We've killed 2. I don't think we have time though. We might have just go to the nearest town and raid it. I think that might be the best choice here. Let's take provisions. Yeah, town's down here. We might even run into it actually. No, but we can go to Marburg. Actually, let's go to Marburg instead of doing stuff here. We'll sell some things. I'm just gonna sell all this junk that we don't need. There you go. That puts us at 8,000. Ooh, that's a good weapon we can buy. Let's do that. I definitely want to upgrade our cav if we can. So that's a huge increase in charge damage. Not a huge increase in our melee. We already had melee damage up pretty high, but that does help quite a bit. And then what else can we buy here? Don't think we need too much for our cav. I'm not concerned. We only have 1. But getting some of these like accuracy and reload. This is a gun tool. This is a gun tool. I'd rather have the Tompions. These things are really, really good. So I think we'll wait for that. We do need to get Chevaux de Frise, but I don't really want to buy the crappy ones. I guess it's better than not having it. Charge resistance, 25%. Yeah, I see these wooden stakes only gives you 10 resistance. That's probably not worth our money. But we will take the other ones. All right, we're starting to get our units upgraded all the way to full inventory. Not everybody, but at least some of the higher tier, like the veteran musketeers. So we'll try to get Chevaux de Frise on everybody, all of our infantry, and then we should be able to handle those cav charges a lot better. Get some equipment and some resources here, and then let's move on, because there's a big town down here we haven't gone to. I really hope they have cannons. They're trying to run. There we go. So this would be an easy fight. So we're on that same 3 peaks. There's like 3 mountain peaks in a row. We're going to take the left peak this time and make them go over this river, or just funnel in through this area. They will have access to this mountain peak, which I don't really like them having, but I can't do much about it. I guess we could have taken this, but there's not a whole lot of cover. And then whereas right here, there's at least a little bit. You know, I guess we could technically hold that peak, but I feel like that's going to be out of the range of a lot of our stuff. So I'd rather hold right here, I think. Yeah, they're definitely going to be on that peak. Yeah, why don't we let them take it, and then we'll push them out with our melee with these guys. That should be fine. So I'm just going to spend a minute here getting set up. There. So something like that. We'll see where they come in at. We'll probably have to adjust our line. And then also these guys, I think we need to bunch them up a bit more because they're going to mostly be attacking on this side. So let's skew towards this side more. That looks a little better. All right, here we go. Let's get our wrecking ball over here on the right. We should be fine. I don't think we need reserves on this one. We just need to pick better targets, like not shooting Jaegers with our cannons. Yeah, there we go. Hit those veteran muskets. In terms of cav, I don't really see any cav. I don't think they have any cav. So let's try and very quickly get around their flank. I'm gonna just immediately take the cav around for a flank. Yeah, tie them down. Let's get these guys into melee. All right, here we go. We're gonna get a nice flanking volley into them. Jesus Christ, dude. 100 losses from one volley. And they don't even have a good gun. Wow. They did have the height advantage. That's the only thing I can think of that's giving them some kind of chance here. But dude, they're fighting better than we are. Just, well, no, we're starting to take over, but holy crap, man. That was not good. Yeah, we lost a lot of people there that I feel like maybe we shouldn't have. Here we go. Yeah, they're coming right into our defense. They're not going to be able to break it. They do have British foot charging. I'm not that concerned though. Let's switch our targeting here. There we go. Musketeers are getting in there. All right, we should be chewing those guys up. Those British foot. Let's push this, and then we're gonna push the other guys, the Jaegers. Let's get into cover. These guys just need to stop going so slow. Just go. Oh, they came back. but not for long. All right, go charge something else, please. There we go. They're gone. Yep, there goes our grenadiers. Charge the other guys, please. And then we'll get... They're gone. Charge these. These guys have Chevaux de Frise. I don't want to charge from the front. There we go. Yep, they just gave up their position, and that's it. That's all their artillery. So they're pretty much lost. We fought that charge back. We just need to deal with these. Let's swing our artillery over here and finish them off. All right, there we go. All right, that's it for that battle. Okay, decent money. And we didn't take that many losses, so we don't need to worry about that. Let's maybe do veterancy and provisions, because I feel like the only thing we're lacking at this point is XP. We've got an upgrade here. We want something infantry related. Stamina, morale, or stamina. Nope. Cover effectiveness, we can take that. That's fine. And our Bavarian musketeers can go up to veteran Bavarian musketeers. There we go. We're starting to hit the elite tier now, so I think we're okay. The next thing we need to do is upgrade all the equipment. We have, I would say, pretty much dog crap gear at this point. And I don't... Yeah, we just need to get access to towns that have that stuff that we need, so we'll work on it. All right, let's check this town out. Hopefully they have cannons. They do, and they have good ones. They have the Brummer. They also have the Geschwindstück. Looks like this one might have got demoted, though. It used to be just as much as the Brummer, or very close, but now it's only 800. Shot damage is 28 versus 40, and the range is less. The reload... Oh, they changed the reload speed on this. It used to be 25, if I remember. Now it's 35. That's a big difference. All right, yeah, we don't want that. We'll take the Brummer, though. That's one of the late game ones. So we'll take one of those. And let's get rid of... I guess we'll swap this guy out and then get rid of the little iron 10-pounder that we've had. Now, this could be a good spot to pick up some items. Yeah, this looks like a good one. So for our cannons, we want range... Accuracy. What happened to the one that gives you both? I wonder if they changed it. I thought there was one that gave you accuracy and range, but I could be remembering it wrong. So max range 15%, accuracy, or yeah, 15%. So I think that's as good as we're gonna get there. So 15% is just a matter if we want 40% cover bonus or 25%. Or these are two different things. This is a treatise and this is a staff officer, so we can technically stack them. It's not a bad idea. I also want to put a surgeon on one of our other units. One of the ones that just is constantly in front line getting battered. Like these guys. Let's go ahead and put that on our cav. And over here at the powder house, we need one more of these large limber chests. And we definitely need a Chevaux de Frise. We don't have too many. I don't really use the grenades too often, but I probably should. We'll just take these for now. Oh, you know what? Oh, actually... I didn't realize this was for both infantry and for cav. This is, or sorry, for artillery. This would be really good on infantry. That max cover bonus plus 40%. That's huge. And then we can get it a couple more. Let's take all of these. This one is only for artillery. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we do that? So we'll put the treatise on this one for the accuracy because he's already got pretty decent range. It's not. I mean, in the previous patches, I would get it up to like 900 to 1,000, but I have a feeling a lot of that stuff got nerfed. Shooting at 1,000 range is pretty wild, especially considering how accurate it was. So let me go through and put all these items on. I'll be right back. All right, I think that's about all we're going to get. I'm going to start rating this because they're coming out. Oh, they're literally coming out today anyways. So here we go. See if we can finish this raid before they come. Yeah, we should be fine here. They're not even close. Sweet. Cut that one off. Not really anything we can use, but we'll sell it. So let's see if there's another town up here we can get to. Yeah, we can get to this one. All right, this one also has a foundry. Oh boy. Yeah, they've got the good stuff here. So there's Liechtenstein. That's the one I was really looking for over the Brummer. Although it looks like the Brummer's more expensive. Interesting. So 520 versus 480. This one also has more accuracy. So more range, more accuracy, but a little bit less damage. And it looks like the reload time is 15 seconds longer. So it's definitely not... I could see why this one would be more expensive. Let's go with the Broomer, and then let's sell some of that stuff back. And if they have a sniper rifle or another one of those Jaegers, we'll take it. Okay, let me go put this stuff on. There we go. So we've got this sorted out. We're not quite max level on all our items. So actually, we're not even close, to be honest. But we are much better than we were at the start of this. So I feel better, especially about our artillery. The artillery is looking really strong. And we got another Chevaux de Frise. And then over here at the Staff College, we can get the Regimental Staff Marksman. He's got 2 of them. Those are really good on artillery. So I'm going to pick those up. This is new. I haven't seen this one. Farrier. This is movement speed and stamina. It looks like it's only for cav. It's interesting. All right, here we go. So we're gonna put these on the 2 Broomers. We're starting to run low on money though. We're down to 1,200. So let's stop buying stuff and we'll raid. Where is that army coming from? I don't even see him. Oh, he's right there. Yeah, he's probably hauling butt right now too. So let's raid as much as we can, but don't think we're gonna get it in time. We'll at least pile up some cash. Yep, he's right on us. Okay, no problem. 21.8 versus 18.5. But I have a feeling we have better artillery than they do. They only have 3, or no, they have 1 up here. So they have 4 artillery. So we match them for artillery, but I think we outclass them. So let's get in there. Got some interesting choices here. We can get a very wide defense here. This is very, very wide. Definitely doable. The only thing is I'd rather put our center defense right here in the city because you get better cover, but it's very limited. It'd be for like 1 or 2 regiments. Probably not worth it considering how many units they have. I'm also considering back here trying to defend around this hill, but that also doesn't look very appealing. That one we could, but it's kind of exposed. I do like the fact that there's a river right here, but yeah, we can't really set up too well there. This would be interesting because there's a lot of not a lot of cover, but there's a lot of rivers surrounding it. So anybody trying to charge here would be punished pretty badly, but I still don't think it's that good. This little hill back here seems interesting. Now we could make this work, and then we could set up. But then we give up the hill. We give up all this. Yeah, this is a tough spot to defend. I would definitely, if I was the general, I would not have stopped here. I don't think. No, I take that back. You could set up a solid defense here because outside of this, there's nothing, right? They have a little tiny patch of woods. There's a lot of river that you have to cross. So this is actually pretty good. It just, I would much prefer to have my artillery on top of a hill, but you can't always get what you want, right? As they say. So why don't we do this? Let's get our Brumaire set up in the back. We'll get these guys up in front of them because they have a lot more limited range. And then let's get everybody positioned. So this group will be on the left. This will be center. This will be right. And then, of course, our reserves, all of the grenadiers. Okay, we'll try to make it work. I don't know. I don't have an amazing feeling about this, but I don't think it's going to be too bad. Yeah, I feel like we got hosed a little bit on the map. Maybe it'll crash for us and we'll get a better map on the next one. But let's get up there. So we'll just do like a rough outline of where everybody needs to go so we can get everybody moving at once. Get our cannons into better spots. See, they can just about reach what they need to reach from here. That's pretty good. I'd like to get my howitzers up in the front though. Want them as close to the front line as I can. And then let's get these guys up here. The supply train, I would rather them stay back here with the Brumaire because they're going to be shooting a lot more frequently given their long range. Now, I do want these guys to target the artillery, actually. I'd rather do some counter battery here with these. So let's pick out the good targets here. This is a good one, the Lycorn. It's kind of scary. This is also kind of scary. It's exactly what we're using, the 12-pounder. Yep. So probably we'll take out that 12-pounder first. Oh, they're already shooting. Okay, yeah, we need to pay attention. Let's get set up. All right, let's get set up along the outskirts. Okay, we need to get set up on this side too because they're all over the place. We're stretched a little thin here, but there's not a whole lot we can do about it. Like I said, this was really the best spot. Look at how much cover we have. So 60, 70, 80, almost 90 there. That's because this guy has the earthworks, but still, that's not bad. All All right, are we actually hitting anything? Yeah, we are. We need to take that gun out. Yeah, it's getting some... Oh, wow. He just shot up to 84 kills in one volley, so let's not allow that to continue. Let's get this guy out of here. All right, who's getting smashed? It's going to be our front line here. All right, these guys are just taking way too long. Let's have them just stop where they are, and we'll start shooting. Why don't we get our reserves spread out a little bit? I don't have a whole lot of hopes here to take out this artillery. They're just not hitting what they're supposed to hit for some reason. What are they doing? Oh, they had to move up. Yeah, they moved up. As long as their accuracy is still fine. Yeah, terrain accuracy is 100%. That's fine. All right, did they actually hit it? They did not. All right, stop shooting at that, please. Let's just shoot the stuff in the front then. Let's pick on the grenadiers first, because I know they're going to move in, and our musketeers aren't going to fare well against that. Oh, boy. That was a lot of damage. All right, let's get this veteran foot next. Yeah, and once again, they're going really wide here. The only thing that's really causing us issues are these artillery. Damn, we need better artillery. We need more artillery. That's what we need. Yeah, they don't actually have any backup over here, so I might push out. We should be able to sneak a charge right here and then wipe them out. They don't have any cav that can counter right away. Yeah, they're trying to envelop on this side, but like I said, they're just too far away. Yeah, this fight in the front is going to be over by the time they get into position on this side here. Somebody's charging? Yep, here we go. Let's focus fire these guys down. And then I'm going to get the musketeers, or sorry, our grenadiers in position to counter that. I do not want that touching our line. But we'll soften them up with a couple volleys. There we go. And let's meet them in front. Oh, man. Yeah, we're way stronger than them. 360 versus 69. So, oh, come on, get back before the cav get there, please. All right, can we target this dragoon regiment before they get up here? Are we getting charged anywhere else besides here? Actually, let's get... they're going to run into our chevaux de frise. That's actually pretty good. Yep. And they took a volley. Alright, they're pretty much done. Let's hold... Oh, they're charging here. Alright, let's go ahead and charge that. But they do try to push you off your line, that's for sure. They used to only do it really with cav, and they would just do a frontal assault. Now they kind of hit you from different angles. All right, here we go. Another one coming in. We need to do something about that. Let's get these guys up. What else? Let's get our commander over there, because that looks like it might actually crack. Go ahead and charge it with the cuirassier. Veteran foot, just go ahead and charge. Keep charging everybody. These guys are insane. Yeah, they're gonna kill those veteran foots. Good. Dragoons ran into our chevaux de frise again. And then Hanoverian, yep, they're getting crushed by our cuirassier. Perfect. All right, make sure we're not chasing anybody. Get back, get back. Oh man, they got stuck. These guys were doing so good, now they got stuck. They didn't have enough charge to clear them out completely. Alright, let's keep focusing down these weak ones down the center. They keep trying to push in. We need to get these guys separated again so they're not easy cannon targets. And where's our ammo supply? Let's get these guys resupplied, the cannons. What are they doing? Welsh Fusiliers, let's countercharge with our Saxon Grenadiers. And we can definitely counter this. Let's get our muskets into firing position. Same thing here. Let's get these guys out earlier. They can take refuge in the house. Oh, dude, they're charging again out. Don't do that. Oh my god. I gotta babysit these guys. Yeah, and they're out of stamina completely, so they're gonna be just crawling. Alright, let's wipe out these weak units in the river. We're in great shape. We do need to have something to take out those artillery pieces, though. They don't seem to have any cavalry back here, so I might try to sneak my cav out, although these dragoons look like they're going to reanimate. they're gonna, whatever you call it, rally back. And okay, they have light dragoons coming out here we have to be careful of. Let's actually focus fire on this left side. It's where most of their units are back. Let's get something out here to help against these dragoons. I'm going to relocate them. Let's try and charge across the river now. I would love to deal some damage to those artillery pieces. Alright, Saxon Grenadiers, do not go out. Yeah, this British veteran foot's not going to last too long. So we should be good there. Let's focus over here. Veteran foot are coming in, but they're probably outmatched. No, they're not actually in melee. Can we get these guys to help? There we go. There's one down. Let's focus the one behind him with the artillery. Alright, here we go. We're on their side now. Let's go charge straight back and try and take out as many cannons as we can. We did put the surgeon on this guy. So whatever we can get, I'm going to be happy with. Alright, these guys need to charge. These veteran foot look like they're going to break soon anyways. Same thing right here. These Hanoverian foot, they're about to break from the cannons. Alright, light dragoons are coming in. Imperial Cuirassier. Oh, dude, they're getting smashed by these artillery pieces. Actually, oh, I can't cancel that. I charged the one that had the only one that had Chevaux de Frise. Doesn't seem to do that much though on artillery pieces, which is good. Right, can we target something else, please? There we go. No, dude, what are you doing? This one, literally the one you're on top of. Yes, that one. There we go. There's two down. There's three. And we got one more. Should just finish these guys off. There we go. And then charge them. Oh my god. When they shatter, you should not be stuck in a charge still. You should be able to give a command. Alright, here we go. Let's switch our targeting here on the cannons. Looks like they did try to charge. Yeah. Their cav tried to charge and we smashed them. Perfect. Musketeers are doing okay. Yeah, these guys, these grenadiers did really well. Alright, they still have some units right here though we need to deal with. Alright, these guys are going to re-emerge. My cav are exhausted, but they can't stop. We need to make sure these guys don't come back. Alright, cannons. There we go. They're retreating. Let's go ahead and switch targeting. There's only two left. This should be pretty much it. Yeah, let's make sure these other units aren't going to re-emerge as well. There we go. One more. That's it. We got it. Okay, that worked out really well. I'm very happy with that town, that circular town. That was a good spot. I think if we had more artillery and less infantry, we would have done even better there. But that's all right. So that should be it, right? That moves us on to Act 3, I believe. So we lost 3,200, no big deal. We need to take the money. Yeah, we definitely need the money now. So we need to buy more cannons. We got to upgrade these two, the short range ones. All right, plenty of upgrades here. This is going to be accuracy or range if we can get it. Melee, reload, no. All right, let's reload. There we go, combat effectiveness. Hell yeah, we'll take that one. And then for upgrades, we've got land melees. These guys can finally upgrade. We don't have a Württemberg Feldjäger, so that the light infantry, we don't have this yet, and we need one. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, some of these guys are ready. So this is Saxon and Württemberg. So Württemberg, oh, you know what? I guess it doesn't really matter which one we do first. Let's go with the light. We don't have that yet in our army, and it would be kind of nice to have at least one. Here we go. Everybody's outfitted and upgraded. And final act. What do we got? Oh, fire damage received. We already have that one. That's interesting. Should we double up on it? That's 20% fire damage less received. Except most of what we're taking is fire damage. Except for when they charge in, which is just like 2 or 3 units per battle. So it's really not that much. Yeah, let's go for that one. I don't mind doubling up on that. And in terms of the... Oh, these are all crap. Reroll. I don't even need to read them. Yeah, these are all crap. Crap. Oh, no, we're getting garbage. We're literally getting garbage. Oh, dude. Okay, I'm going to reroll one more time, but it's getting very expensive. One more time, please. Give me a good one. All right, there we go. We can take regiment accuracy, and we'll get the special artillery. We are fighting in East Prussia this time. And there we go. We reached Act 3 without purchasing units at the barracks. So perfect. There's another achievement done. Okay, what do we need? We definitely don't need cavalry. I'd rather take the coin, actually. Let's take the money. And all these towns are already kind of raided. So, yeah, I don't know. We do need to still sell stuff. We're back up to 26. But we still need to raid. That's going to get us the Bavarian artillery, so let's start raiding. We do need the money desperately still. This one cannon is going to cost us most of our cash. Here we go. We got some good items out of that. Oh, also, let me pull the Jaeger rifles off of this guy and throw it on our Feldjäger. That is much better item on him. And then, yeah, perfect. He's already got the earthworks. I don't want him to have the medicinal herbs. Actually, let's try to find somebody that's got the coffee rations. Reload move speed. Yeah, I think that's the right one. So, faster reload. Yeah, let's just focus on the missions. Let's go get the raids done. But this one does have a foundry. Oh, they've got the Shuvalov. We don't have money for it, though. We could get another Broomer. No, we can't. Actually, we can if we sell one of these, because we're going to be selling it anyways. 280, and that should be enough. Yep. All right, there we go. So 3 Broomer. We need one more. So hopefully we can get that before the end. But that drained our money. We can't do any of this other stuff. Yeah, we desperately need more money. There's 2 Chevaux de Frise in here that we could use. Really good earthworks. Some really, really good stuff in here. That's all right. Okay, maybe we'll get it if we raid. See if we get lucky here. Made really good money off of that. Almost 1,000. And no, we did not get anything good off of that. That's all right. So let's go down one more town. Actually, we can pick on these little armies. We need to do this as much as we can anyways to build up our XP. We're still not quite maxed out with everybody. So we're going to deploy up here on the castle that's on the hill. We've got our artillery set up there. And we'll just let them come in. Here we go. Got our basic shape set up. Let's start targeting stuff here. They don't have any artillery. Yeah, so they don't really have a choice. They kind of have to come in. Let's go after probably the grenadiers first. I feel like they're just going to bum rush. All right, our cannons are shredding these guys. And then we do have the Feldjäger in the front. These guys do quite a bit of damage. No, they're going to push, aren't they? Yep. Let's get back. Go ahead and countercharge. Let's get our Saxon grenadiers up there because they're going to do the same thing. Let's get these guys, or our main grenadiers. We'll keep them in reserve here. Yeah, I don't know. They're just bum rushing. All right. It is what it is. Yeah, let's pick on the guys in the back that are just about to break anyways. Let's go ahead and go on these Freikorps veterans with the Prince George. Also, Feldjäger, let's get them out front. If they can't go up here, we'll just move them to the side. Alright, do not chase. Do not chase. Let's go back in the castle. Alright, that looks pretty good. Can straighten our line out a little bit more. Same thing over here. They do have cav flanking as usual. Alright, Württemberg, Feldjäger. Yep, let's get these guys up front. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Oh, these guys got zeroed out just about. Alright, let's keep the pressure up. And yep, they're going on these guys now. Alright, go ahead and countercharge. Countercharge. We gotta keep an eye on these guys, make sure that they don't go chasing off. Yep, there they go. Get back. And get back. And get out front. Perfect. Yeah, if these dragoons go in, they're toast. 46 melee versus 105 melee. They're just outmatched completely. Actually, we could probably just push them. I don't see why we wouldn't. Yeah, let's see what happens if we do that. We have a lot higher charge damage as well, so if they charge us, they're going to be in pretty bad shape. Let's target these guys, get them out one by one. Oh yeah, look at that. 200 to 84. That's actually not that good of a trade. I would rather them go into our infantry and then we counter. That was not a good trade. But that's alright. At least we know they can smoke anybody. Getting charged? No, I would like you to charge. There we go. Prince George as well. That is working really well. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. I usually do this with cavalry, but I don't think it's as good. It's so hard to beat these guys. Although I take that back. These guys have a lot of melee damage as well. I don't know. I'm always partial to infantry over cavalry. Oh man. They got one shot. Those dragoons. Alright, they're coming in heavy with cav everywhere. Get back. Get back. Let's go ahead and countercharge. Let's get these guys over here. Countercharge. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That is so much better than what we were doing before. Yep, that's it. We got it. Very few losses. Alright, that puts another 1,000 back in the bank. And we got a Chevaux de Frise out of it. And some other items that are pretty decent, it looks like. But still, yeah, we need to keep taking the money, so we'll take the money. Our artillery ready to upgrade. Hopefully we get lucky. We did not. Let's re-roll it one more time. I'm not going to keep chasing it, though. Did we take another supply wagon? Yeah, we'll take another supply wagon. I have a feeling by the time we get to the late game, we will probably run out of... we'll be fighting such a big army that we will end up running out of ammo if we don't have it. So let's make sure we have it. All right, let's get to this town as fast as we can. That'll be our final raid to get the Bavarian artillery. Chevaux de Frise. It's not a good one though, but still not that bad. All right, let's go ahead and sell pretty much everything we have. I don't think there's anything that we need to keep here. I will keep this buckshot. I might end up putting that on their light infantry, but we'll see. There we go. And we don't... Yeah, they don't have enough money. I'm going to buy one of these engineers for our light infantry. So let's throw that on. That gives them a little bit of morale, which not really a big deal. Oh, that's the wrong one. Whoops. Here we go. So cover bonus plus 25%. And we're already getting a base cover. Cover bonus, cover bonus. Yeah, we've got a bunch of cover bonuses. So any kind of cover that we take is going to be close to 100. And then we get the max range, 15%. And if we really want to, we can throw buckshot on. We'll do that later. All right, last time we need to raid. Let's go do that. We'll take the cash. And then we need to go after the slums. Oh, we just passed one, didn't we? There we go. Bavarian artillery. We'll see how it compares to our current artillery. It's probably really good. Yep, 80 accuracy. That is insane. So what I'm going to do is swap this guy out. Swap him in. There we go. That puts him at 103 accuracy with the Geschwindstück. I actually wouldn't mind swapping this out as well. Give him the Brummer. Right, that we'll have to do for now. Okay, we want slums. Let's go back to this one real quick. Ooh, there we go. All villages on the map. All right, the slums we need to hit. There's 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let's just do... We'll just go south and take care of it like that. Nice. Free money is always good. So this one is because we have Saboteur or Imperial Register. I think it's Imperial Register. Yep, that one. All right, slums. We'll keep going. There's an elite army down here. Oh man, do we do it? I'm kind of at the point in the campaign where I just want it to be done. This army is decent. It's fine. I don't know that it would do all that well in the higher difficulty settings. So I'm tempted to finish this quickly and then try it again with a different army comp. Well, anyways, we know where he is. Let's go take care of the slums. Yeah, I'm kind of over... Yeah, look at that. Like, these guys are just running. They know that we're going to stomp them if we fight. So I think let's just get this one done. All right, we got it. That's 10% accuracy for everybody in the regiment. Now, did he fully muster? He did. We could fight it early if we want to just be done. Let me check a couple more towns. Let's just see if we can get a better cannon. There we go. We could get the Shuvalov. That's not bad. Is it better than the Geschwindstück? Yes, it says it's 1,091 second reload though. That thing takes forever. Let's do it. You know, why don't we at least go after some of these, like the fort? This one's just empty. Right, we can delay by a week. That'll give us a little more time. This guy's coming after us hot and heavy. No cannons again. All right. Alright, should be pretty straightforward. We've got a nice little hill here for artillery. Start blasting. Oh man. Yeah, these cannon are pretty good. Let's get some reserves spread out here. So I'm sure they're just gonna run straight in. Especially against the Feldjäger. Alright, here they come. Counter charge. And instantly shattered. Alright, here comes another one. Let's get up there. They're gonna hit the Chevaux de Frise first, but then Grenadiers will finish them off. Yep. I think we're at that point where they can't really do much. Their tactic of using cab to charge was working at some point, but not anymore. Here we go, another one down. So they're a lot more proactive about trying to charge down. Oh, what is going on here? All right, let's. Well, I was trying to say something, but they keep throwing units at us, left, right, center. So they used to be a little bit more careful about where they're charging, but now they just like go. Which it can be good because you really got to stay on your toes, but some of these charges are pretty bad. Okay, I don't think we need to move off our line. We pretty much have them on the run already. So speed this up. Here they come again. Brilliant. Okay, that is pretty much it. Yep, they've got 3 people left. There we go. Got the win. Alright, reload. Yeah, not really anything in there that we want to use. Let's take the money again, I think. Alright, let's get to the town so we can sell some stuff. Foundry. No, I don't. Oh, this is the one we were just at. Yep. Alright, let's go ahead and raid this for a bit. So we need to pile up as much. Well, the food's probably. We're fine, I think. We need to get as much ammo as we can, though. Because we are going to have to fight this twice. We've got an upgrade for the Württemberg Grenadiers. I don't think we have one of those yet. Do we? No. We have Kreis, Saxon, and the Prince George. So that's a new unit. I think that's all the upgrades we have. There's not really any downside to raiding. Let's just keep doing that. Stack up. Oh, well, I guess there's the downside is we got to keep fighting. But since we're up against a decent amount of artillery, we might need to push more in 3 calves, so they don't really have a strong front line. So here's what we're looking like. Solid front line. We'll stack up on this right side, because it looks like we can go... Maybe we can take this hill, or we can push through the hill and then try and flank their artillery. I'm assuming they'll post up somewhere in this area. So we'll try and skew towards the right flank. And then we've got artillery on a nice hill. Even though they have more artillery, we probably have the artillery advantage, if I had to guess. Because they've got a lot of smaller caliber. These aren't small, but smaller than what we've got. We're getting shots on them, and looks like they have some Jaegers as well. Let's get ours to counter. We'll put ours right in front of his. That we've got, he's got Chevaux de Frise, but we've got Earthworks. So that should be significantly better. Let's focus down, I think, their cavalry. I would like to get rid of them with their artillery. That's the only thing that's really protecting their artillery once we bust through. Their formation is all over the place. What the heck is going on? Look at that. They're spread out all over the place. These grenadiers have really long range. Yeah, it seems like the cannon are pretty effective against the cavalry. Yeah, they already routed one. Let's switch targeting. And then let's get our cavalry over here to deal with some of these lingering units. These Jaegers, actually, they're falling pretty fast. But these Freikorps Grenadiers, their range is really far. So we need to do something about that. They're still... Yeah, they're still kind of pushing in. That's okay. So the Grenadiers are coming in to attack the Jaegers. That's fine. Let's get them back. We can counter. Actually, they should be fine, I think. These are veteran. Yeah, they ran into the Grenadiers and the veteran Musketeers. Let's go charge the Jaegers and get them out of here, and then we'll... Do they have any more? They don't have any more cav, so we're going to push back. Alright, go ahead and focus those... the cavalry next. They have another cav unit back here. What in the world is going on here? Okay, we need to... They're just walking around us. I should have been more active. They're going to charge our artillery from the back, I think. These guys are not engaged. Let's get them up. Alright, these grenadiers all need to double time it. Actually, I'd rather them turn and focus on these guys. Let's just get them out of here, because they're kind of a threat. The Jaegers, I can get them back out on the front here in a sec. They still have Cuirassier we have to watch out for. I don't know why we're losing this so badly. Let me angle these guys off because those guys are going to push in. It's okay. Yeah, I was going to be aggressive here, but their formation was really funky. I guess I could have been more aggressive in taking advantage of them being split up, but I was worried they would sneak by. Sneaky unit. Oh, those are ours. Shoot, what am I doing? Let's go. I should have. I'm such an idiot. Yeah, a lot of mistakes here. Yeah, to be fair, I just woke up. Oh boy, there's a shattered Imperial Cuirassier. Let's get them back. Alright, get out front, please. Get out front. So the front is secured again. Let's reform our line. And then we can focus these grenadiers over here. We should have this side controlled completely. Let's get them shooting again. Okay, there we go. Let's get our Feldjägers over here. Continue to put some fire on these guys. And then actually we can probably angle that line. Angle that line. We need to march down the center is what we need to do. All three of these guys actually. Yeah, let's just have them march down like this. Whatever they run into is what they run into. And these guys are battered completely. Let's not send them in case they get destroyed. Alright, they're coming. Let's get a reinforcing line over here. No chevaux de frise, but we are fully braced, so we should be able to handle that. Slide the Feldjägers over a bit. Alright, these guys are done. Let's march them up as well. Alright, these guys are actually about to break. Let's try and get a volley off before they... Nope, they got their volley off anyways. Exactly enough time. Right as we were shooting, but it's alright. Alright, Prussian Musketeer... they broke. Alright, they just have artillery and we're already on top of them. Let's speed this up. There we go. Okay, that did not go anywhere nearly as planned as I was hoping. We got some pretty good items though. So definitely some upgrades for our cannons. Yeah, let me go ahead and sort these. Alright, let's chase this guy down. We need to keep going. I'll play this one differently. Actually, they don't have any cannons, so we'll just sit back. We've got a really nice hill right in the center. We've got some nice fence lines on the right flank. Some kind of castle slash church hybrid. No, I guess it's a church. They look like castle walls, but no. We'll still get some cover out of it. We might need to move our Feldjägers back a little bit though. I'm going to try this time to focus on the cav. We'll focus on them first. Holy crap. That was devastating. I think they're just going to march straight in with these guys, which is fine because we've got plenty back here that'll counter. Alright, can we get him first? Nice. Fend that charge off. Let's keep targeting the cav. I'm going to maybe go for the hussars first. The dragoons I feel like are not as much of a threat. Alright, here we go. Straighten our line out. Yeah, look at these guys. I give them one of these treatises. Max range and cover bonus. And you can see their range is over 200. So they can pretty much snipe anybody. If their line thins out a little bit more, we'll send our grenadiers out. Alright, somebody's charging. These guys look like they're going to move in. So let's keep poking at them. Same thing, the hussars, they're coming up a little bit. Let's keep focusing them with the artillery. Solid. Yeah, I'd like to knock these veteran musketeers out because they're pretty strong and ranged. There they come. And they're followed by some hussars, but the hussars are already completely destroyed. Let's countercharge. There we go. So they're gone. Now we just need to deal with the veteran musket. Veteran musket can't handle grenadier or cuirassier. So that was easy. Let's get these guys back out. Oh, they're countercharging? What are they doing? If we have any cannons, I'd like to get a volley into that first. Actually, what we can do is let's get this guy to counter. Our Prince Georg. And then we need to get our chasseur, not chasseur. Feldjäger. Get back. Oh, they took a volley. Alright, that looks good. Yeah, that worked out a lot better. I think if we had a similar strategy last time, we would have been a lot better off. But that's alright. Let's continue to poke at these cavalry units. Alright, they're sending more units in. Let me get my Prince George, or Prince Georg. Let's get him over here. Because these guys are going nuts for the center. They really don't like our Feldjäger. Alright, that should be an easy route. Yeah. They get sucked in and then they get chewed up by our grenadiers. Alright, get back out and start shooting again. Actually, we need them over here. And we need our cannons to focus. Yeah, here they go. They're just going right for it. That's funny. So that's definitely exploitable. Just have 1 or 2 units of light infantry and keep them out in front. Have some really high melee attack and charge units behind them, and then pretty much bait them in. I think at this point, the main thing that's going to help us is getting more XP. So let's take exchange. We'll do veterancy. It'll give us provisions, but who cares? Yeah, we'll take the XP for sure. That cannon's ready to go, so he's maxed. Looks like our Kreis veteran musketeers are maxed out at level 9. Our Prince Georg grenadiers are almost maxed out. They're at level 7. And then we'll keep upgrading mostly to musketeers. I don't want too many grenadiers in the front line. Oh, that guy's already maxed. The Wittenberg. Do we have Württemberg grenadier? We don't. We do have Württemberg musketeers though. Yeah, so this guy will have... Oh no, we do have Württemberg grenadier. So this guy can go Württemberg Feldjäger if we really want. I don't think so though. I think I'd rather have... I don't want another unit of Feldjäger. Or maybe we do actually, because we do have a second Jaeger rifle. So we could just get 2 of these guys. We gotta be spot on with the micromanagement though, because the AI is going nuts overcharging him. I'm just gonna stick to the one Feldjäger. I feel like I'm gonna fail at the micromanagement on these bigger battles because there's so many other things to be worrying about. So we'll keep it simple. All right, what else? Oops. We were in the middle of raiding this one, but I don't remember. Yeah, we were. Oh, nothing good there. We could make our way back down there and take another fight. I know I said I wasn't going to. I was just going to try and get to the end, but I kind of want to maybe take a couple of those fights. So maybe let's swing over this way and let's see what, if we can run into anybody else. Actually, let's sell some stuff here. And we'll pick up some Cheval de Frise along the way. Yeah, I think I need to start buying all this stuff up and just replacing the lower tier ones that we currently have. So let's do that. Actually, do we have... We don't have Spirit Ration all the way max. Let's get that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's visit some towns, see if we can get our equipment upgraded to max. We still have some time, actually. All right, we're blowing through a lot of cash, but we are upgrading a lot of stuff. So let's get some of these. We need to upgrade our bayonet as well. Actually, no. I'm going to keep... I should probably just remove the bayonets from our front lines because it does affect their accuracy and reload by quite a bit. We'll keep it on the grenadiers that are on the front line, but everybody else removed them. All right, there we go. Let's see if we can make it to other towns. I think, well, yeah, we already raided most of these, unfortunately. So we'll have to go up here. So the question is, do we divert and go down here to attack that? Is it worth it? We're at 107 and we're going up to 141. Yeah, let's keep moving. I'd like to go take out that army in the south and get the doctrine. Yeah, we're quickly running out of cash. So let's go take a fight. See if we can get some more cash. We've got plenty of supplies for everything else though. It's just the money. Everything else I think we're doing okay on. So this is 19.5. They've got 4 cannons. I don't see any other small ones. Yeah, 4 cannons, 4 cav. The rest are infantry. So it should be reasonable. I had a few minutes to survey the terrain. I think there's a couple decent options, but I think the best one is right here on this hill. It completely negates this right flank. They have nothing that they can do. The left flank is not too bad. Center is where the problems will be, but that's where we can concentrate all of our firepower and our pushing power. So even if they take this hill and they use it against us, we could just push up, take it, and then come back. So I think that's what we'll try to do. We'll keep a somewhat open formation here on the left flank. Right flank will go along the river and make sure that they can't... I mean, if they try and cross, they're going to get stuck. And then the center, we'll have to figure that out. But yeah, like I said, center will be weak on firepower, but heavy on grenadiers and everything. So I think that'll be fine. What we'll probably do is we'll probably put the Chris Grenadiers there, the Saxon Grenadiers there. We'll keep our Prince Georg and the Imperial Cuirassier in the center. All right, let's see what we can do. Yeah, so I think if we do something like this, maybe we can have a unit here across. We can have another unit in the back right here. And have one right here. And then maybe one in the back as reserves. Same thing with these guys. These will be reserves as well. So that's a pretty solid right flank, I think. What the heck are we going to do here in the center, though? That is a tricky one. All right, I'm just going to continue the line. We'll stay very close to artillery. And then, as I said, we'll have these guys. The Prince Georg, they will be ready to charge at the moment's notice. We'll get Imperial Cuirassier as well. And then over here, I actually wouldn't mind posting these guys up along this fence line and this house. Get some extra terrain bonus. And then these musketeers can stay in the back as reserve. If they try to push through there, we'll take them out. And then we've got our Chris Grenadier reserve back there. So this looks pretty good. All right, what are we shooting at? Let's make sure we're taking good targets here. So ideally, we would wipe out the cav first. Once they come into range, they're not in range yet. Why don't we get a volley off on some of these artillery? Oh, there's a Broomer. Let's take the Broomer first. And then there's a Bronze 12-pounder. So both of these are good targets. And then a Lycorn. Yeah, that's not that big of a deal, though. I'd rather take out the Broomer. Nice. Instantly blasted them. All right, let's keep focusing the artillery. They seem to be vulnerable. I don't know if it's because they were in the river. Yeah, so they're going to have a strong point right here in the center, but maybe not actually, because we're so far back. I don't think they can reach. Like, our Feldjägers with extra range can barely reach. But we're not really having an effect on those artillery. Let's not focus on them. Let's take out these veteran hussar. Oh yeah, that was a good volley. Look at that, 177 from like 3 or 4 cannonballs. All right, their cannons are opening up, but they don't seem to have a lot of effect. Yeah, that's fine. So keep focusing the dangerous cav with our artillery. Everybody here is under cover or behind cover, so we should be good there. They don't really have that much in the center. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought they would do. They outrange us right here. If I pivot these guys a little bit, they might actually be able to defend themselves. Let's pivot both of these so they can shoot back. There we go. So these guys can definitely shoot. I don't want to go on the water, but we might have to. There we go. All right, well, at least we're getting shots. And then let's take this side of the river. And then we need to get our grenadiers on point right away. Make sure that they're ready to go, because they're probably going to try and rush. All right, there we go. So their center is retreating already. Oh my god. What are we taking so much damage from? Okay, another one of their center units got blasted. Let's keep poking at the cavalry. Yeah, let's get the Freikorps. Okay, why are these guys ignoring my commands? Please don't ignore my command. There we go. All right, we're getting charged. All right, let's get them up. The Prince George, I'm going to redeploy them over here. There we go. Immediately got them out. These guys are still charging, unfortunately. Oh, dude, what? Why did I... Okay, it's doing that thing again. It's doing that thing again. Alright, lovely game. So it just chewed through our grenadiers instantaneously. I don't know what did it, but something did. Oh crap, my Feldjägers. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. That's exactly what I was worried about. And these guys are charging as well, and I didn't see it. They're all over our line. Alright, these guys are just going to sit in the back because they're like about 60 or 70% dead. Can't have that. Pick out those dragoons, please. Alright, don't chase, don't chase. Or if you do, go after the cav, I guess. But no, I feel like that's not a good idea. Let's just get them off of our line. Yeah, we'll charge these guys in the rear flank. Perfect. Get back. We'll use our cav, or our artillery, to do most of the clearing. Alright, veteran musket. Yeah, these guys Got their line completely rocked. Let's reform. And actually what I'd like to do is replace this unit. Let's have you come back and chill. Okay, oh, the Chris Grenadiers are going out there. Okay, well, you're already there. You might as well charge some muskets. It's not really what I wanted them to do, but I forgot to pull them back. Right, they broke our line again. Let's get our Prince George. Yep, they shattered. There we go. And they're gonna instantly shatter. Yep. Perfect. Yeah. I messed this one up big time, didn't I? Luckily, our army is so strong that it doesn't really matter as much. Like, we're kind of still winning this easily. But in certain spots, we're getting handled. Let's start targeting these artillery pieces if we can. There they go. They charged into our chevaux de frise. Not the smartest. Let's start pushing up down the center. There's one artillery gone. Right, over here, our grenadiers are getting pushed back. We need everybody to focus this guy down, so let's start doing that. We can get our Imperial Cuirassier to help out. How are we doing here on artillery? They're not really doing much, are they? Okay, why don't we target these guys then, since they'll probably have more of an effect. Alright, you can focus them. You can focus them. And then you're just going to support. Right, they do have a unit back here that's still alive, it looks like. They just rallied. Right, they're done. It's not really who I told you to shoot at, is it? There we go. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much it. We're going to shove these field artillery off, and then we should be good. There we go. Okay, not as smooth as I was hoping, but I mean, that was a tough fight because they had a big army. So, not all that surprising. Let's take the cash. We need the cash. Yeah, we got 1,700 from that, and then we're going to take another 950. Perfect. All right, give us a good doctrine, please. Ammo consumption would be cool if we were playing a longer campaign, but we're already at the end. Light infantry, we only have one. That one's useless. We can go up again on our combat effectiveness. Our army XP gain doesn't matter because we're already maxed out pretty much. We'll take foreign advisor. So we have combat effectiveness plus 15 from that. Perfect. Ooh, nice. We got intimidating on our artillery. So morale damage dealt plus 20%. That's going to be huge. Yeah, if we can get them to break and run early, that would be preferable. Okay, let me go through and upgrade items. And one thing we could do if we want to increase our recovery speed is we could muster while we're moving back. So we could do that. It does kind of, it slows you down significantly and it costs a lot of money, but we have a lot of elite troops that we can't really, well, we just mustered another one, but that's fine. We have a lot of elite troops that take time to heal. Right, there we go. Alright, we've just about got everything from this town. So if we look at our items, there's a lot of orange that's excellent quality. There's still a lot that needs to be upgraded, but we're running out of time and money. But a lot of our troops do have good equipment, so I think I'm pretty happy with that. Alright, let's keep moving. We need to get to one of these bigger towns, maybe? Yeah, see, we raided these two, so that's not an option. We can go all the way back here. We still have a couple weeks, and then he's going to start coming after us. Alright, we got everything from that town. Let's go to Bartenstein. There's probably, yeah, I was going to say there's probably another town down here, so we can visit that. Alright, they've got a foundry. Do we want to change the Shuvalov? We could switch it for another Broomer, but it seems like they're both doing really well. I haven't really paid that close attention to it, but it seems like they're doing pretty well. And then the Liechtenstein's usually my favorite, but it seems like they nerfed it a bit. I'd have to test it out, but 520, yeah, it's still got longer range and better accuracy. It just has less damage now, which I think is probably still pretty good. Let's get an accuracy and cover bonus for our Shuvalov here. It's the only one that doesn't have that treatise. So there we go, plus 8 accuracy. So we're well above 100. I think that's it for that. We have all of our chevaux de frise. If we can get the excellent quality ones, I think that's still worth buying. Then I think we have only one more regular, and it's this guy. Everybody else is good quality or the blue. Yeah, either blue or orange or yellow, whatever. Yep, that looks good. Don't need it on these guys because they're not meant to be static. You know, I'm going to try to utilize these grenades I'm probably going to forget. I'll probably forget to micromanage them, but let's get some on these. What do we want to give up though? Because I don't have money to upgrade this. Maybe we'll just... this guy has bad grenades. We'll swap that out. So maybe we'll just take one of these things out. Like, the casualty restored at this point isn't really going to help. That's fine. Yeah, these Prince George Grenadiers should not be stopping to do anything. They just need to charge 24/7 because their charge damage is just insane. These other guys, they could probably get some more utility out of some grenades. So yeah, I don't want them stopping. These guys, I don't mind if they stop. Especially this guy. He's got 1,600 troops in their count. Yeah, 1,600 troops for Grenadiers Wild. And then that means that we have a really, really large amount of grenades that we're going to be throwing. So that looks good there. Let's go ahead and raid this. That guy's probably going to back out. Yeah, he's scared to fight. We'll probably catch him down there. So we'll finish raiding. That will summon the headquarters. There we go. And then let's get down here in the bottom corner. See if we can raid these. Can we get it in time? Yeah, I think we can actually raid this in time. We have another Chauveau. No, we don't. All right, I think our items are set. There's not much else we can do here. We don't really have that much cash anyways. So yeah, let's just dump. So this is what we're going to end with, items-wise anyways. So let's go ahead and raid until this guy gets here. And then after we're done raiding, we could get a few more reservists. We'll do what we can muster for a little bit. Actually, if you raid, do you still get the +4? Oh, that's funny. We're getting more reserves. Muster, yeah, so even a village that's been burned to the ground. No, it doesn't actually. No, it goes down to... It goes down. That's fine, though. All right, yep, here we go. Here they come. All right, there we go. We got one more upgraded rifle we can throw on. Okay, and I think that's about all we're going to be able to get. So let's get ready for battle. Here we go. They have more troops than we do. They don't seem to have a lot of cannon. It's a lot of infantry, and I'm looking at the hats. It's a lot of grenadiers. So we're going to have a fun time micromanaging this. They have one Feldjäger, or a Freikorps veteran Jäger, but everybody else is either a musketeer or grenadier. They only have 3 cannons, actually. So we need to have a very solid defense with lots and lots and lots of reserves. So hopefully we get a good map. So the only spot that I can see that looks remotely reasonable, well actually this wouldn't be that bad either. This little hill, we could set up some decent defense around here. But this right here is somewhat defensible and it's tightly packed, so I do like that. I'm leaning towards this because I do want to keep a tight defense with the amount of stuff that they're going to be throwing at us. I think if we go here, we're going to have to spread ourselves out maybe a bit too thin. We'll have to have like 2 or 3 layers of defenses to deal with all the stuff that's going to get thrown at us. So let's get our cannons over here. We'll push them back and spread them out a bit. But let's get these guys ready. And I might, instead of keeping my Feldjägers in the front, I might actually keep them on the flank. Because there's just so much to micromanage here and I know I'm going to miss it. Let's get our baggage trains here. Okay, we've got a lot of work to do here before we're ready. So let's scoot everybody back, cannon-wise. Let's get these guys into like a rough position where I want them to be. Roughly. The Feldjäger, I think I'm going to put over here on the right side. And then again, get these guys roughly where I want them to be, just so I can kind of see what we're working with. Interior reserves, let's get them back. So we want to make sure our cannons are not in terrain that's going to give them terrain accuracy debuff. So let's make sure they all seem like they're okay. Yep, this looks good. All right, go ahead, unlimber. All right, for the right flank, let's get grenadiers on the front line. No, that's not right. Let's get these guys on the front line. The musketeers. Grenadiers will be reserve, because when they charge, then we can use them. But while they're shooting, the musketeers will do a better job. So that looks good. This front line looks solid, but it's stretched very, very thin, so we have to be careful here. This one right here, we've got veteran musketeers in the front, Württemberg on the flank. We got 2 rows of reserves here for them. And then we need grenadiers. We have grenadiers already there, so what I'm going to do actually is leave these guys in reserve, kind of like what I do with these. They'll be specifically to deal with charges, and I still kept the bayonets on them, so that's actually perfect. Right, Prince George, Georg, whatever. Center, center. Cuirassier are going to stay in the center as well. Yeah, I actually feel really good about this defense. I'm not 100% sure what we'll do with the Feldjäger, but what I'm thinking is we could maybe put them over here in the marsh so that anybody that tries to charge them, they're going to have to go through some nasty terrain. The only downside is if we do get charged, we have to get back to cover, and we may not do that in time. So that's kind of a bummer. I just feel like if I put them on the front line right here, they're going to be constantly getting pulled back and forth, and that's not... they won't be able to get too many shots off, I don't think. Okay, I don't like this. I actually don't like that at all. That's a bad idea. It's a good idea in theory, using the marsh, but in practice, I don't think it's reasonable. If I had a line back here that I could fall back behind, then I think it'd be all right, but I just don't think it's going to work the way I think it is. So we'll be safe. Let's actually put one of these veteran musketeers right here, because they should be able to get shots off through that gap, and then we'll leave these guys in as like a secondary reserve. Saxon Grenadiers. Let's get all our Grenadiers already set to melee. Alright, here we go. Cannons are firing. What are we shooting at? The Jaeger. We don't want to shoot at the Jaeger. So let's pick something else out. Let's try and take out these lifeguards, because they are incredibly tough. And they have a lot of them. Alright. Jaeger, our Feldjäger. Let's get them on this left flank then, because there's a lot of open terrain here we can get shots off. I don't mind doing it right here, because there's plenty of stuff that we can use to get protection from. Right, so if we can cut down some of their... They don't have a lot of cav this time, actually. It's mostly infantry. Yeah, I kind of want to chop down these veteran hussars, because they're probably going to give us a lot of problems. But so are these lifeguards. Yeah, I don't know. That's tough. Target selection's not going to be easy in this one. But look at that. Cover is almost 80%. 84, 75. It's really good. But their cannons are hitting us hard. Okay, here we go. Feldjäger, let's get them out. Try and get them into a decent firing line. They actually have really, really good range, so that will give us some kind of bonus here. We can use them far back and then maybe suck them into this side flank. All right, they're probably just going to run straight at us, it looks like. So let's get these guys ready. Same thing here. And then we'll start to skew our Chris Grenadier to the left, because it looks like they're going to double up. Oh man, they're getting chewed up bad though by the cannons. Let's switch target here, because those guys are not going to be a valid target soon. They're just... Oh, they're not charging actually. Okay, here we go. Feldjäger is getting shots. That's perfect. These Grenadiers are probably going to come in. Yeah, what I might do is blade these guys off to the side a little bit to make sure that we can cover when we start exchanging with the Grenadiers. They're actually not pushing in. These veteran musketeers are going to get chewed up though. They're not going to... I don't think they're going to last. Let me relocate these Palatine musketeers to reinforce. We can switch places with them. Alright, here we go. They're pushing in. I don't know if they're going to try to... I don't know if they're going to rush or if they're going to exchange. It looks like they're just going to rush. All right, here we go. These hussars are going to come in for a charge. Yep, there they go. Let's let them hit our Chevaux de Frise defense, and then we'll charge from behind with the Württemberg Grenadiers. All right, go for it. All right, looks like they're getting fended off pretty well. And then our... Yep, they're gone. Let's make sure they don't rush out. Get back. I'm really worried about these Feldjägers. I feel like they're going to get bum rushed. These guys need to back up. Back into cover, please. Okay. A lot of their units are getting shattered. I just saw 2 in their center. 3 in their center just got shattered. Perfect. These Grenadiers are getting absolutely mauled by our Feldjäger. Alright, what about the right flank? We're shooting, but not actually taking too much fire. I might relocate... Oh, no, they're at the Palatine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah, we're fine. I'm gonna hold. This is a really, really strong position, I feel like. Don't think we need to change much. Let's get our cannons to hit the guy out in the open. These guys don't have emplacements, so we can definitely target them. These guys are gonna rush, aren't they? We need to back. Maybe? Yeah, let's get our Feldjäger back. Yep, there goes the charge. Alright, so we're gonna hold position here. Actually, we need to countercharge with our Württemberg Grenadiers. Let's countercharge again. Right flank, that's fine. We don't have time to watch that. Let's get our Feldjägers to protect our artillery. This is really bad. Oh boy, this is bad. They might actually push through our flank. Oh, and I forgot to pull these guys back. Shoot. They're gonna probably win this, but they're gonna get mauled by people on the flanks. It's okay. I can't really pay attention to that. We have to... This is critical over here. Let's actually get our Palatine down here. Double time. Grenadier. So their guys fled. Don't chase, please. Don't chase. Get back. Get back to your line. They're charging again. I have to charge with the other unit. These guys are tired. So we'll change. You guys can go rest and recover. Oh yeah, good thing I pulled them in at the right time. So these guys are fleeing. We need to get... Don't let them off the field, please, because we can still use them. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Recover. They're gonna recover. They got it. Okay, get back. Don't go into melee. Yeah, just get back and chill. Okay, Palatine muskets are... They're here. Reichswehr Grenadier. Yeah, Württemberg are actually doing okay. Did I forgot to pull my guys back. Oh my god, look at that. They got chewed up badly. Alright, we need to help the front. Kriegssturm need to get up there as well. We're losing our center. We need to probably rotate some people off. Let's get the Grenadiers over there. Alright, those Freikorps are pretty much dead, but so are our Grenadiers. Let's go ahead and take position here. The reinforcements. Good thing I moved the Palatine. That's going to plug that gap. Somebody just died. Oh no, our general! Oh crap. Our general just got shattered. And that's going to shatter a bunch of other units. Yep. As soon as he left the field, that shattered. We're pretty far in the lead here, but we just got dealt a nasty blow. So let's... we need to reform our line. We need somebody to plug this gap. Do I have units there? I do. Shoot. Get back, get back. Both of you guys get back. Alright, they're charging really hard. Let's get some cannon. We need to get some cannon cover. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, we just have to feed people into the meat grinder. I can't really do anything else. Alright, good thing the cannons blasted those guys. That helps a lot. Price Grenadiers. They're gonna get chewed up. I don't know that we're gonna heal in time for this. Because there's a second battle after this. Alright, everybody back. Feldjägers need to get up front and hold their weight. Actually, you can just duel with these guys. Because they're not wanting to run away. Yep, there goes another retreat, unfortunately. What a fight. Holy crap, man. Alright, let's get these guys back a little bit. They're kind of exposed. We'll plug the gap with these Palatine. We've got one unit in reserve still back here. But it looks like most of their army's routed. So I think the vast majority of the threats are gone. So let's try and rout the rest of these guys shooting at us. I'm gonna try to sneak my cav out if I can. Nope, they're exhausted. Let's not do that. Actually, can we target them with our artillery? Yeah, because these muskets should be able to hold their own against them. So let's get a solid musket line. We can unfurl our ranks again because we don't need to hold that line anymore. Let's start blasting everybody. Okay, cannons. Target the cannons. Oh boy, here comes... Yeah, here they come again. It's alright, we'll target with the artillery. Let's target the units in the front. Alright, let's fall back a little bit. Give us some time to set up and reload. Alright, Feldjäger, let's actually use these guys to snipe their cannons. They're really, really accurate. Perfect. You're in range. These guys are ready. Let's push them up a little bit. We need one more. Yep. They're not going to make it. Hell yeah. Okay, we got it, I think. I think this battle is ours. There's no more cannons to shoot, so let's start targeting these guys from the flank. Yeah, look at that. 1,000 kills with our Feldjägers. That's really good. Oh, those are our units. Oh my god. We're lucky they didn't get destroyed. So, fingers crossed that we didn't lose anybody. We are for sure going to take the casualty replenishment, because that's 15% that we don't have to recover. So, what did we get? We got a Shuvalov, and then some other stuff that we're just not going to be able to use. Alright, open order accuracy. I forgot to put this on our Feldjäger, actually, so that is very good. So this one gives accuracy for anybody in open order, and the Feldjägers always use open order. So that'll be good. Okay, 20% casualties restored. Please don't lose anybody. Oh man, that was close. Yeah, our grenadiers, our Prince George got really low there, but they hung on. So do I have, actually maybe I do. No, I don't. I have cover bonus and max range. I'd rather have the accuracy. So let's do that. And then we can throw this cover bonus max range on somebody else. Let me go through and see if anybody needs an upgrade. I think everybody's already maxed out, but let me just double check. Yeah, everybody's already hit the max tier. And one general, we still have one that hasn't quite maxed out. This guy's going to max out though. Let's get accuracy. Cover effectiveness would actually not be that bad either, because we are relying on that pretty heavily. But I think I'd rather have something else. Accuracy and range. We'll definitely take keen. Perfect. Now we need to recover as best we can. Let me go through items real quick and make sure that we're already maxed out here and everything. Alright, that's it. I set all the items. There's nothing else we can do. We just gotta chill. So they're getting reinforcements. This is for the second battle. So they're gonna come out pretty fast. We need to get away from them as best we can while recovering faster. So we're gonna go into that mode. Yeah, we still have room for people, so that's fine. So we just need to do this. Go to the corner of the map. Hopefully we get fully recovered. Looks like we will. And we got more troops. It's funny. All right, so we're pretty much ready. No, we're not quite there. 2 or 3 more ticks, and it's winter time. There we go. And we got another unit. We can't put him anywhere. I'm gonna disband somebody because I'm worried that it's gonna kick one of our units out. I don't know what it actually does. Yeah, maybe not actually. No, I think we're okay. So everybody's maxed out. We're good there. Let's switch it to forage. We're actually running out of money here. Let's go attack them then. Look at that guy fly. Okay, here we go. 23,000 troops. They've got another... Only 3 cannon. No, 4 cannons. There's one up there. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a very similar battle. Although they do have some more Jaegers. Maybe even more cav this time. Hopefully we get a good defensive spot again. So immediately this field area jumps out to me as tightly packed and defensible. We would be able to take a raised platform here, but I don't think that's worth it. Not considering what's around. So I'd rather take this area back here. So let's start setting up. All right, here we go. Last battle. Oh, come on. My supply wagon didn't go. All right, let's start setting these guys up. Cannons first. Let's get them all the way back. And then I do like how that worked out last time. So we'll go with 2 on the right flank with these Württemberg Grenadiers in reserve. And then as we're moving them, I'm going to make sure I put them on lock to melee so I don't forget. Get these guys back. Supply wagons get back. Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of an exposed flank here. I can't really do much about it though. Feldjäger, I'm just going to keep them somewhere out in the front. I don't really care. I think should be alright with that. You know, we'll go 2 reserves like last time on the right flank. We need 1 grenadier. Should get all these guys on lock to melee. One Grenadier. We'll get the Prince George in the center. That seemed to work out pretty well when I don't forget about using them. Get these Grenadiers on the flank. Just make sure our cannons are able to shoot. Alright, that looks good. So we're set up pretty much. I don't know where we'll put the Feldjäger, but I'd like to counter their Jaegers if we can. But maybe that's not even worth it. Okay, here we go. Cannons have opened up already. Can we target their cannons? Yeah, the horse-drawn artillery is a very easy target. Something about their hitbox maybe? But every time I've played it in the past, they just get blasted. Nope, they're actually not. It is killing the cav behind them though, so that's not too bad. But yeah, I'll probably switch targets here. Alright, here we go. Jaegers are exchanging fire with their Jaegers. That's actually perfect because I think ours are better than theirs. They don't have the Jaeger rifles, so that makes a big difference. Yeah, look at that. They just got chewed up. These lifeguards are, for sure, they're going to charge in. But we can counter them with Prince George. Let's wait till the last second to pull them back. And get one more volley off, maybe? Actually, let's switch our targeting. Yeah, they're not actually targeting this. Oh, man. They're getting hit by two line infantry, one Feldjäger, and 4 cannons. So that lifeguard just melted. These guys need to be adjusted here. Okay, we're in position. There's not really much else we can do here. Let's just chill, I think. Yeah, those lifeguards are gonna flee. All right, here we go. Let's get ready to counter. As soon as the Chevaux de Frise touch, our Grenadier should be able to get in there. All right, perfect. Yep, they're gone. They're gone. Get back. Get back, get back, get back. And make sure you're still on the fence line. Back up just a touch. These guys did a fantastic job protecting. We're still, look at that, 637 to 102, so very, very good exchange rate there. Let's focus on these lifeguards if we can, because they look like they're going to charge in. And here they come. Let's get back. Let's get our Prince George up there. I want them to touch our line first, though. There we go. That should be perfectly timed. Yep. They're going to get hit by 3 on 1. Okay, they're charging again. Get these guys all the way back. Alright, we don't want our Prince George to go out. Let's not make that same mistake. Same thing with the Cuirassier. Get back. Alright, you can help. Alright, we need to pull units to help. Let's get some reserves over here. How are we doing? We're still okay. Let's get these guys on the flank so they can get some extra shots. These Grenadiers aren't really doing much. Make sure we're not chasing. Don't chase, don't chase. I really want these guys to get shots. Let's get our Feldjäger over here on the flank. They're just sitting there doing nothing. Nobody's charging. Still just focused here. We need these lifeguards to get out. Yeah, get out of here, dude. Let's push them with the Cuirassier. Perfect. They're broke. Alright, Prince George, get back. Cuirassier, get back. Grenadier, get back. How are we doing? Oh, get back, get back, get back, get back. You can charge. Okay, we can pull these guys back to form that line again. I'm going to use the veteran musketeer to replace these because they're chewed up a little bit. Let's get them in the back. Okay, perfect. Grenadiers went out to meet them and they're getting chewed up as well. These guys are starting to go. Let's get... Oh my god, there's so much going on here. What are we doing with our artillery? I don't think it really matters. Let's get those guys out of here. Okay, these Grenadiers are going to get pretty badly beat up, I think. Yeah, these Württemberg are not doing well. Well, they're winning. They're winning, but they're getting chewed. Let's get these guys out front. They don't have much to charge with. Get back, Württemberg. Oh, man, these guys are tough. Grenadier Guards. Yeah, they're really strong. Okay. Feldjäger need to get up there, and our line held. They need reinforcements, though. Oh, they charged? right, they're charging. Let's get our Saxon Grenadiers out there, and then these guys need replacement, so I'm gonna replace. Holy crap, here they come again. Get back, get back. Alright, Cuirassier needs to protect them. Prince George, get out there. Yeah, look at these Feldjägers just need tons of babysitting. That was the right call to not do 2 of them, because there's no way I had the mental capacity to do that. Alright, get back behind the lines. Our lines are good. Our line is holding. Alright, Saxon Grenadier, get back. Alright, I feel really good about this battle. That was so much better than the last one. Or last 2 or 3. Alright, Feldjäger can get out there and do some damage now. Yeah, they're down. They're down to the last handful of units. This guy is insane though. Grenadier Guards. I mean, to be fair, our Württemberg Grenadiers are doing better than they are. So good on them. They're insane as well. Let's get these guys to help. And Palatine, yeah, you need to replace. This guy needs to get back before they get zeroed out. What are we shooting at? Can we clear this front line, please? Get that out first. There we go. Don't chase. Don't chase. That unit's shattered. Holy crap, man. What a fight. What a fight that was. Alright, let's, yeah, Freikorps Veteran Jaeger. They're about to flee. Yeah, they have Jaegers. That's going to be tough. But I think our Jaegers can outshoot theirs. Plus, we have a lot of cannon support. Did our... Yeah, our Cav are still in good shape, and they've got full stamina. Let's rush them out. And then we'll just bum rush their artillery. Here we go. Freikorps artillery. There's 3 of them back here. They're all reloading, so they're not going to get there in time. There we go. And there we go. That's it. They're dosed. They're gone. We got it. We got it. So I can say this, they definitely adjusted the difficulty on the campaign. I don't think they adjusted the difficulty necessarily, but they made the AI so much better. So it felt a lot harder, because this was not on the hardest difficulty settings. So I can imagine doing that. You'd have to have a really specialized army to be able to handle what they're throwing at us. Hell of a fight, though. Yeah, I know I got frustrated when I almost lost the Kutasher that one fight, but aside from that, that was a very fun campaign. So it doesn't really matter what we take here, does it? Guess let's get our casualties restored. Yeah, we didn't lose anybody there either, so that's perfect. I don't know, there's supposedly there's endless mode. I haven't tried that yet, so I'm kind of curious if that's what comes next. So let's back this out. Nice, we got win the campaign as the Holy Roman Empire, Voltaire's Nightmare, so we got that achievement as well. Continue. Yep, so we got Voltaire's Nightmare, we got Auxiliary Corps unlocked. So we can go endless mode or end campaign. Yeah, so that's where it goes. So once you get to the end, you can go endless mode. That's kind of cool. I would not do it with this current army. This is not a good army for endless mode. I would want to do more cavalry and... Well, you know what? I take that back. Sorry, not more cavalry. I want to do more artillery. But considering how fragile that front line is now that they charge, maybe going 2 brigades of artillery might be too much. So I'm just going to look and see what endless mode looks like. Looks like you get to pick a doctrine again. That's kind of cool. Infantry gain, wow, you can double up on it. We already have that, so that's not going to help. Provisions, combat effectiveness, 5%. So there we go. We have 20% combat effectiveness. Oh, you get another doctrine. These look different, though. Oh, okay. No, this is a negative doctrine. Unit upgrade cost +1. Like, who cares? All our units are already maxed out anyways. And then you get another set. That's kind of cool. Melee damage. Yeah, we're definitely not doing that. Looting, yeah, we probably want to stick to the combat ones if we were to play this out. Infantry move speed would be kind of nice. And what I would probably do is try and get really good units up here to replace the standard units. Like I think these are the specialized units. Usually when they don't have that number near them, that means that those are specific units that don't have an upgrade tree. So they're significantly better. Don't want dragoons. Grenadiers would be really nice, but yeah, you know, artillery reload speed, that would be pretty good considering we are using artillery. Act 4, Courland. Yeah, I'm not going to play this out because I am, like I said, I would probably set my army up differently if we were to do that, but I do want to just take a look. So it looks like just the standard campaign, but I'm assuming they upped the difficulty on all these. What's the army look like? 20,600, which is less. It's about what we have. So it's actually maybe a little easier than the third act, or maybe they have like all cracked units or something. Yeah, we'll have to play with this again sometime. That was cool. But yeah, we're getting 20% combat effectiveness from everybody, plus the 5% or 6% that we have from the Imperial Patchwork. So that's kind of interesting. So anyways, I hope that was fun for you guys. I definitely enjoyed it. And I'm going to do more of these campaigns. What I'd like to do this year is maybe sprinkle in one campaign a month of these, because I do want to get the achievements. Let's take a look at the achievements before I end this out. So incomplete. These are the ones that I still need to get for the HRE. Obviously, I didn't really play the HRE much because it just came out. I have 2 campaigns I need to do with the French, 2 with the British, only 1 with the Russians, 1 with, what is that, the Prussian? Oh, I'm getting mixed up here. Oh, this is Russia. This is Hungarian. That's got to be the Austrians, right? And then this is the Prussians. Yeah, I did the Prussians already, so they're completed. So I don't have that many, actually. So let's just do all incomplete. Unlock all renowned regiments. I'll do that once I finish the HRE, because there's still 1 locked behind the HRE that I haven't done. Only 1, though. So that one will be completed with these other ones. Let's do all incomplete. So how many more do we need? Yeah, that's it. That's not that many. They're ones that you have to run a full campaign on, though. So that's what I'm saying. If I do like 1 a month, I think I can knock this out before the end of the year. So yeah, there's 12. But like I said, a couple of them are doubled up. And then this one is doubled up as well. You can get this one. And these 2 are not predicated on a full campaign. So you can get these while getting these other 2. So yeah, we probably get it done by October, November, somewhere around that range. So that's the plan. I'm going to put that on my planner here. So anyways, let me know in the comments if you have any questions on anything that I was doing here, because I know the whole point of this was to show people how to play the HRE. Hopefully I've demonstrated, at least in the early stages, how you can handle them, because getting your army up to max level or max units very quickly is doable. And I think that's probably what you need to do. Not only to take advantage of this bonus, but also to get free units, essentially, right? It doesn't cost you that much to muster until you get to the late stages where, you know, if you have trying to fill your 5th brigade, then mustering probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But to get the first 3 or 4, I think it probably does. So I'm going to end it there. We'll see you guys in the next campaign. Thank you so much. Take care.